There we go. Hey, good afternoon, everyone. We'll go ahead and get started. We'll call the Governing Board meeting workshop of June 12th, 2019 to order. And I'd like to ask Ms. Meads to lead us in the pledge. Thank you. This is going to be a little bit different workshop than the workshops we've had in the past. As you can tell, we're up on the dais now. This workshop is it's more for the board to have a good back and forth with staff to help us understand our budget process and some of the priorities. And the staff's been working on that for a while. We're all sort of new at this, so we're going to try and figure it out together as we go through and help us understand mostly the procedure. So we're going to go over, Ms. Heater's going to show us sort of where the money comes from, where it goes, how it's spent. And we'll take a look at that, and then Mr. Bartlett will give us some of his priorities going forward. We will have public comment. I'll ask for public comment now. If there is any, I'd ask you to comment on something that has to do with the budget, if you could. We're going to have a governing board meeting tomorrow, and we'll have open public comment then on anything. If you feel like you have to speak on anything, that's fine, but it would be nice to keep it directed today. So if there's any public comment, we'll take that now.
Yes, sir. I have Bob Mooney, then Celeste DePalma, and Rayanne Wessel.
This is Big Squeeze, one of my emotional support companions. And it's relevant to this because the district needs to stick to its knitting, as the saying goes. Chasing after pythons is the Fish and Wildlife Commission's responsibility. Dealing with algae is the Department of Environmental Protection's responsibility, and more so the Department of Health. It's a health hazard. It needs to be known as that, and that's what the district should push. Lastly, I've been around here for 24 years. Not with the district, with the USGS when I was employed, but there's never ever been a management review of this agency. There's been a lot of changes to the agency, but none of them based on a management review. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Hi. Good afternoon, Governing Board members, Celeste DePalma for Audubon, Florida, and thank you for the opportunity to give comments early. I do apologize, I have to leave before we get through the entire agenda, so I'll just give you my comments now on the new investments opportunities. I noticed, looking at the presentation, that emergency estuary protection wells are part of the draft 2019-2020 budget. We have spoken on the record multiple times against investing very limited reserve funds on this type of technology because when we look at the data, we know that we experience, more often we experience droughts than we do floods. And we should look at ways to preserve water as much as possible, and staff's time and expertise is better dedicated to finding ways to complement SERP efforts that contributes to water conservation. Basically, getting the water right, getting it where it's needed, when it's needed, and away from where we don't want it, that's the heart of SERP. And so anything that we do, any additional projects that we do, should be complementing that hefty investment instead of taking away from it and leaving us ill-prepared to deal with things like droughts and increasing water demands. Instead, I would like to encourage the board to consider putting some of those earmark funds into a study to further the district's concept on a seepage wall in the South Dade area. Last November, the previous board was presented with 3 design concepts of a seepage wall to reduce flood concerns in South Dade, while at the same time allowing ecosystem restoration infrastructure to serve its purpose of providing more fresh water to Florida Bay and Everglades National Park. The concept of putting a seepage wall in South Dade seems like a good way to meet both goals. And the district staff has done some preliminary work in this area. The initial cost estimates that date back to 2016 say that this 15-mile wall will cost around $55 million, and it will take 2 to 4 years to construct. 2 to 4 years, and 55 million seem a much better use of funds to be able to, one, put water in the right place, Everglades National Park in Florida Bay, and two, provide more certainty to South Dade without piggyback riding on Everglades restoration infrastructure and cutting back benefits to the Southern Everglades. The original deep injection well project had a $50 million price tag and an 8-year implementation timeline. And since then, the price of steel and manufacturing has skyrocketed, and that doesn't even account for O&M costs. So I would encourage the district to use its limited taxpayer dollars in solutions that preserve fresh water and redirect it to places where it's needed. We would love to see more work done on a seepage wall that evaluates some of the critical questions that we still don't know about a seepage wall. Are there any impacts on the Biscayne aquifer? Are there any impacts to saltwater intrusion, flows to Biscayne Bay? And if so, how to address them? There is actual interest and support from both the environmental community and the agricultural community to pursue a seepage wall. It really comes down to finding a design that's both sensitive to the needs of Biscayne Bay, Everglades National Park, and Florida Bay, and keeping everything in the balance. So I hope that you consider this. Thank you so much.
Good morning, Chairman, Governing Board, or afternoon. Rayanne Wessel, Sanibel Captiva Conservation Foundation. Pleased to be here, and I want to start by applauding the District Board, Drew Bartlett, Phil Flood for all of the successful work this legislative session in acquiring funding and in really moving so many of the budget items forward for our restoration needs. That funding is really important because we have probably the most optimistic and the most opportunity that we've had in the 25 years I've been involved to really continue building and completing projects and meeting our commitments. As you look at the budget, I'd like to encourage that you consider not rolling back the tax rate. For the past decade, we have been encouraging the district not to roll back the tax rate because that funding is, you have projects and you have places to put that funding right now. It amounts to such a small amount of taxpayer support, but it means the value that you get for that small taxable rate is really significant. And in the past, I feel like the lack of that funding has hamstrung the district from being able to do all of the things that are on your plate. So we don't think that we can make progress too fast or too much progress. So anything along those lines that you might consider today and in the future, we'd encourage. Secondly, I would like to also comment on the deep injection well funding that the prior board had put forward. We encourage you not to throw away the funding that would go towards this project that does not serve all parts of the system in all seasons, where the restoration projects and CERT projects do. In fact, this project for deep injection wells would only address those years and those times when there's too much water. And in fact, 70% of the time, we actually have too little water. We're in water shortage. So most of the time, this deep injection well project would not be serving our interests. And it wouldn't be providing for all needs, because when we have those dry seasons, we immediately need water. It usually goes from from the rainy season to the dry season, and we need that water. And with deep injection, that's underground. The analysis doesn't take into account the cost that we have to losing that water that might be available to Everglades and Florida Bay. So studies have shown that this water does migrate towards the coast and migrate up through to aquifers. So we'd like to see that money be better used for better water management. Thank you.
Alex Gillen, then Newton Cook.
Hello, Alex Gillen with Friends of the Everglades. I just wanted to say hello and say thank you for having this important workshop today. As I'm sure everyone here would agree, a budget is the representation of an organization's values. So how you all allocate money is of the utmost importance to completing your goals, completing your mission. So as you do that, I would like to ask you to consider increasing your revenue, which I know is not a popular subject, back to levels before, the previous governor, essentially. I talk to a lot of people around the state about these issues, as I'm sure you all do, and nobody's ever said to me, I don't want to give $5 more for clean water. Tourism is the backbone of our economy, sports fishing, boat building. It's also fundamental to how our economy works here. And so for a small increase in the millage tax, your all's organization here would be able to address the needs we have in a much better way. I don't think anybody can look at the last few years and say we don't have a lot of really pressing needs. We hope we've bottomed out in terms of water management and water quality in Florida. But part of getting that fixed, part of getting our water correct is monitoring and infrastructure and investments. And so you all have the opportunity to bring in more revenue, to restore some of the cuts that have been made here over the last decade, and we encourage you to do that. So thank you very much.
Newton Cook, United Waterfowlers. First thing I want to say is when you do these budgets, there's a certain amount of your budgets go into recreation across 600,000 acres or so of property that you have open to the public. And I just want to encourage you to, if you see those things pop up, parking lots, boat ramps, things that thousands of people are out there on these properties, horse riders, campers, and those are an important part because it doesn't do any good to restore something if nobody can go look at it or participate or be a part of it. And I encourage that, and I'll be back tomorrow and I'll talk a little about our meeting we're going to have Monday night. Every time I hear the word deep injection wells, I think back to the fact that the Corps of Engineers did not put them in SERP because we were going to do 300 and some odd ASR wells, and it was a major component of the storage of water and to keep the water out of the lake so we wouldn't have the damaging discharges. And in this case, the water could also be reused, which made the farmers happy because they always like storage. ASR didn't work out. 300 some odd wells were going to cost an incredible amount of money. We were only getting a very small of the water back, and it had arsenic in some of them. They didn't work, so they were abandoned. I think there's 50 left, a token. So Iraq, at the time, general discussion happened one day, well, what are we going to do with all this water? It's coming down the system. Somebody said, well, back in the day, we looked at deep injection wells, and it was looked at. And the only reason it was rejected is because it didn't store water. Well, you can't store water over the wells. We found that out. But we still have the number one problem, and that is excess water coming down the Kissimmee Basin into the lake, overfilling the lake and causing the Corps to have to send the water east and west. That did not go away. The ASR wells went away. The least expensive way to put 9,000 CFS out of the system, and that's the maximum amount of water that goes east and west during the worst storms, is 300 of those wells, less than the ASR wells, at a fraction of the cost on land that's already owned by the district. And you can basically stop the damaging discharges. Why is that not being considered anymore? It was highly considered up until recently. If you want to stop the discharges, you want to do it cheap, you want to make it work, and the FDEP's already approved it, you've got to look at deep injection wells. Thank you.
Thank you all for your comments. Ms. Heater, well, have you come up now? You've got a great presentation you've put together, but I want to, as you do come up here, I want to let people know that this is a workshop, and not, it's not a governing board meeting. We are going to have a meeting on July 11th, August 22nd, September 12th, and September 24th to actually look at the budget, to look at millage rates and things like that. This is really for the board to become comfortable with this. We're going to be going over everything that this Water Management District does. We could be here till tomorrow easily if we delve into each one of these. So I guess I'd ask the board to allow the presentations to go. If you've got policy questions, hold them. We can get to them later and try and let Ms. Heater get through the presentation or the presenters as much as they can. You can ask some questions, but I want to keep this thing, but we're going to be looking at an awful lot of information right now. So if you've got a question, that pertains to things right now, that's fine. But if it's a larger overall policy question, ask Mr. Bartlett, and he can set staff time up for you later. So we can just in order to keep this moving along. So, Ms. Heater?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, board members. So, as the chairman had mentioned, the objective of the presentation today is to walk away with a better understanding of where funds come from and how they're used in preparation for budget development and future budget developments. I'll briefly go over the layout of the presentation. I will go over the calendar of milestones. So I'll talk about kind of what we've done thus far to get where we are here today, and then the next steps to get us to a final adopted budget. I'll go over a graphic presentation of revenues, projected revenues, and projected usages of those revenues. The 2019 legislative session funding, we'd like to highlight that, as well as the FTEs by division. Then I'll turn it over, and it will, the rest of the presentation will be presented by each one of the division directors, and there'll be a slide that separates each one of the divisions that cues up the next person to come up. And at the end, there is, just for informational purposes, just a table summarizing kind of everything together, the cross matrix of the agency's budget, division, and then programs. So, upcoming budget development milestones. Like I'd said, I'd like to kind of go over what we've done thus far to get where we are. What's the basis of how we build a budget here at the district? So how we build a budget at the district is we start with the prior year. It's a balanced budget. Therefore, we roll it over and we remove one-time fundings. We remove state funding. We remove fund balances, which are funds that are one-time fundings covering one-time items. We remove local revenues and usages. And then you kind of get to like your base budget, which is typically funded from your ad valorem, your investment earnings, some of your recurring district revenues that come in, like lease revenues, et cetera. We then go out into the departments and we ask them to review that line item budget. And we ask them to make net zero changes. So if they have an increase in a contract, and the budget analysts work with them as to how they've spent money in the past through trending, that there's been savings in other areas, we offer and talk to those departments to move funding around to cover those increases. If an increase cannot be covered, then we capture those costs on a new funding request, as a new funding request. Those new funding requests then go in front of the division directors as well as the budget office to see if there's other opportunities on how to fund those increases. It eventually then comes to a final list that goes to the executive director, which is a final list of what Mr. Bartlett is going to present to you today in the new investment opportunities. After we've balanced that baseline budget with those type of changes, any additional recurring revenue that is projected to come in through ad valorem, investment earning trends, we offer to the board. We do not allocate those funds. We line item them out in the budget as governing board priorities, which is a part of Mr. Bartlett's presentation. We add the new state funding that is potential to come in, any local funding, et cetera. So that is how we've built this budget that we've gotten to today. So moving forward, July, August, and September, there are tight statutory deadlines. So July, the month of July is when you get your taxable values. So July 1st through the 10th, we typically receive our taxable values from the 16 counties. Most of them come in July 1st. Once we have those taxable values, we calculate our millage. We have the result of our rollback millage. We calculate the result of that. We come next to the basin board. We have a basin board discussion with their tentative millage and budget, and then we come to the district governing board to then set that millage rate to where we can certify that rate to the property appraisers, which has a statutory deadline of August 4th. And we present a tentative budget. That tentative budget is what's then submitted in August as a statutory requirement called the August 1st report that goes to the governor and to the legislature. We then return back to the basin board to prepare their final budget that then is coupled in with the district's final budget. And in September, we have 2 public hearings. September 12th will be our first public hearing where we set our tentative millage adoption as well as our non-ad valorem agricultural privilege tax, and then the final where we have our final budget and millage adoption. So where the money comes from and how the money is used. So this is the overall big picture. Again, each one of the divisions is going to have a slice of each of these pies on how they utilize the sources, where the sources go, etc. So sources. Sources are made up of ad valorem, state revenues, fund balance, agricultural privilege tax, investment earnings, federal revenue, district revenues, and local. So state and ad valorem, you see, are your largest revenue sources. Ad valorem being projected at $283.3 million, which is 30% of the budget. State revenues consist of the new state appropriations that went through the 2019 legislative session, as well as funding from FWC and some prior year appropriations that are not under contract at this time that will be utilized in the 20 budget for projects such as restoration strategies and dispersed. District revenues is our self-insurance programs. So for our health insurance, as well as our self-insurance, lease revenues, local is we have an agreement with the water management districts where our O&M staff do gate overhauls, as well as some model archiving for some of the other water management districts, as well as with DEP. Investment earnings, we all, part of your monthly financial report, we kind of track those investment earnings and how investment earnings are yielding, how much money we're getting. That is a projection based on trend of how much investment earnings that we potentially may get. Fund balance, that's one-time funds. One-time funding is what's being projected to be used in the 20 budget. That consists of your emergency reserves, which is about almost $62 million. And then federal revenues is your Corps of Engineers revenue, as well as some revenue from NRCS for a dispersed water management project, as well as funding from U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services for the refuge. So state programs, this is in statute. It's in 373, 536 on how the districts are to uniformly report. The programs are defined on what activities go within those programs. And then the water management districts map their activities based on those definitions within those programs. So operation, maintenance, and works, and then land acquisition, restoration, and public works are your largest of your usages for your proposed expenditures. Land acquisition, restoration, public works is where your restoration budget is. So that's where your SERP, that's where the Northern Everglades is, that's where restoration strategies is, Kissimmee River restoration, et cetera. Dominantly funded with your state sources. Operations and maintenance of land and works, that's where your O&M and your land management and your vegetation management, your facilities, et cetera, is. Regulation is regulation. Outreach is, as it sounds, outreach. And then district management administration is where your overhead, as well as some of your health insurance costs, et cetera. And then water resource planning and monitoring. Water resource planning and monitoring is where your science, your monitoring, your water supply plans, et cetera, reside. Expenditure category, that is a grouping of types of expenses. That as well as in statute, and a portion of those are in statute, and how we are to report uniformly the water management districts when we present our January and our August 1 reports. Salary and benefits, that's where your salaries, your overtime, where your medical benefits are, medical, dental, vision. And that is about 16% of the district's budget. Contracted services is, as it sounds, it is, services that we contract out for such things as consulting services, advertising, computer software licenses, et cetera. And some of our capital runs through that as well. It's non-capitalized. Debt is our debt service. Fixed capital outlay, it's where your capital assets run through. So that's where your water control structures, your buildings, your land acquisitions, et cetera. Interagency, that is where we have partnerships with federal as well as universities, et cetera. Operating capital outlay. Operating capital outlay is equipment purchases, computer hardware, et cetera. Some site prep whenever, before you move into the asset of constructing a project. So the pre-construction costs that are capitalized. And then operating, and you see that fixed capital outlay is the largest. That coincides with the state funding. That coincides with the restoration. That's where the majority of your big projects are align their expenses. Operating, that's your fuel, your electric, your health insurance runs through that as well. And then your reserves is, as mentioned before, that's your emergency reserves. So 2019 legislative funding highlights, it's an increase of over $130 million. An astronomical amount of funding has been appropriated. It is still, under the governor's review, but it has been allotted potentially to this agency, $378 million of appropriations. $373 million is for Everglades restoration. That is comprised of $303 million for SERP, $32 million for restoration strategies, almost $33 million for Northern Everglades, and $5 million for dispersed. And then Mr. Mitnick, in his presentation, will go over some of the details, of those categories and those projects. We potentially are going to receive about $2.6 million from Alligator Alley tolls, and then $2.35 million for land management. So FTEs, we have 1,475 FTE allotment in this agency. And as you see, the breakout by division. And then each division will go into more details of their FTEs and their areas and how it's broken out. And with that, I turn it over to Lisa.
Great, thanks. Does the board have questions now? I'm trying to think the best way to do this. If there's any questions for Ms. Heater now, let's do that rather than holding them until everyone else. And let's do questions after each of the presentations just to keep in front, and then we'll have a discussion afterwards. But if you have any questions pertaining to yeah, go ahead, Cheryl.
Congratulations to Candy on her raise, by the way.
Thank you.
So I have a quick question. I've spent some time here lately, joyfully spent time with the Water Resources Division. And I understand that they provide, so just for the public, the Water Resources Division is analytical services, so for the water testing, field monitoring, where they collect samples, and then the compliance assessment and reporting division. And they have an overall budget of about $12.25 million. But I understand that they do work under an emergency order. So they do work for other entities. So someone will grab samples and then give it to analytical services, and analytical services will do the work for the Corps. And then we, as the district, is reimbursed for that work. But the money doesn't come back to the Water Resources Division budget. It goes into the general funds. Is that correct? I understand that the money comes to the district, but doesn't, so they spend, out of the $12.25 million, they spend 10.6 on FTEs. So they support the testing for the Corps. The Corps pays us.
Okay.
And then the money doesn't go back to the Water Resources Division to support their staff. Instead, it goes into general funds. And if you don't know, that's fine. But my question is that the way it works, and why doesn't it go back into the division that's performing the work?
So, yes, ma'am, I do have the answer to that. So, for the Corps of Engineers, so if what you're speaking upon is once these CERT projects are turned over and accepted by this agency and the Corps, that the project is completed and it's ready for operations and maintenance and monitoring, and it goes into the OMRR&R phase, the district then takes those facilities and then breaks out a budget for those facilities, be it in Susan's area for the monitoring side, be it in Chris Edelstein's area for the O&M side of the needs. We line item that money out, that budget out, and then we offset it with the projected core revenues that are come in. So whenever I had mentioned that there's $9.2 million in the budget for federal revenue, of that, over $5 million is projected revenues to come from the Corps of Engineers. So we spend the money, so for that particular question, Susan's area will spend the money for that monitoring. We have a line item in the budget of 50-50. 50% is covered from ad valorem, 50% is projected to come from the federal revenue side, from the Corps. When we spend that money, we invoice the Corps. that money then comes back and gets posted in our financial system against the fund in which the money went out. So in essence, it does come back to the entity that is spending the money, because upfront, we've already built in a potential of that funding coming in to cover the need.
So it doesn't go into general fund?
No, ma'am.
It comes back into Water Resources Division?
It comes back into the district as revenue covering the expenses that the Water Resources Division spent.
Got it.
Okay.
I've got one for you. On the slide you have up now, you said there's a statutory requirement that all districts report these numbers the same, I think particularly for state programs.
Yes, sir.
Do you have, and this isn't fair because I didn't ask you before, so I'm sorry,
That's
you probably
okay.
don't have it, but would it be possible to find how the other districts are doing? It would be helpful to me to see proportionally where if we're spending money in about the same proportion as the other districts.
Okay.
If that's something that you or DEP or somebody has along the lines,
Yes, we can follow up and get that
if
information
they do
for
that.
you.
And I understand that the districts are all very different, but it would still be helpful.
I can answer that generally, because I used to look at all the districts' budgets at DEP, and ours looks very different because we are very different, right? They do not have a CNSF in other districts, and they don't have a SERP in other districts. And so those big wedges don't exist in other districts.
Okay,
Yeah, so it does look very different for us.
thanks.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to go ahead and ask here, just because I'm not sure if there'll be the opportunity for this in the future. Looking at outreach, we had a conversation about that yesterday. Could you please tell me what outreach is here? That number seems small to me for such a big agency, and our responsibility to communicate with transparency
Okay.
to the state of Florida.
Okay. So something that I did not mention that I said that I would is that in addition to the state program, requirement on how we should report uniformly across the water management districts, there's also in statute that the outreach program as well as the district management program is to be 15% or less of your district budget. So we are at almost 5%. So we're well below that percentage. That's another marker that, we like to make sure that we highlight that we're meeting that statutory requirement. So about the outreach funding. So outreach funding is to cover, education, it's to cover media, it's to cover our website, it's dominantly staff. It is split between Mr. Cooley as well as Ms. Barnett, where he has the internal staff that, deals with, or that talks with the media, the website communications, et cetera, as well as Ms. Barnett has staff out at the service centers or out in the field that do outreach. So that $1.1 million is a portion, but there are some expenses within district administration for some education, et cetera. So it's a little over $2 million between staff time as well as, some of the education, outreach, et cetera, that supports outreach.
Thank you. And
You're
real
welcome.
quickly, I also mentioned yesterday that I had gone online and looked up education in South Florida Water Management District. And when I got on that page, I learned that the publications that are on that page for education of young people were 2009 and up to 2010 and 11. But those are very outdated pieces on that page for young people and for teachers. And the district has always made those kinds of things available. And there were 3 links that were actually dead. And I think that is a symbol, a reflection of how not important that was to the previous board. And I would like to make that in some way, shape, or form important again. And that's it.
Thank you, Jack.
I have a
Yeah,
question.
go ahead, Sharon.
Yes, ma'am.
First of all, thank you for the great presentation, and thank you for all the work that you've done personally to help me with the budget. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
My question has to do with the overview that you just gave. Where are you seeing the major changes from last year's budget to this year's budget?
So the major changes that we're seeing is really in the state funding. So you will see whenever we bring to you in July, kind of like a comparison of the state programs, is we've serious increase of state funding coming into this agency. So your land acquisition, restoration, and public works has grown because of that. 130.
Have you seen any projected changes of any significance in our expenditures related to this budget?
I would say no. We've been able to pretty much keep it, within the baseline budget. We did have new operations, projected operations that were, coming online for new works. We call it new works in the agency. And by looking at kind of the schedules and some trending of, what was estimated for needs in prior projects coming online, making those changes to cover some of those increases. So you'll have, where Mr. Bartlett does have a few things that he does want to propose and speak to you about as to some areas for increases.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
So what you're seeing in this slide is Candy has done what she's been asked to do, which is take what we know is coming from the state and what we did last year with other revenues, right? To build a budget around that, so that then I could have a conversation with the board about any additional revenues that we are projecting to come in and how those can get dispersed amongst these expense categories. And so at the final budget, when tentative budget that you adopt in September, it'll look different because it'll have those additional revenues dispersed in these pie charts.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Everyone's good. Thank you, Ms. Cedar. We'll have discussion afterwards, so we can bring you back up if anyone has more questions. For now, we'll go to Ms. Keeler.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here. Well, to springboard off of what Drew had said about the South Florida Water Management District being different than all the other water management districts, the Basin Board is different. I think that's why I also get to go first. So just as a refresher, the Big Cypress Basin is separate from your other counties. It makes up all of Collier County and a small piece of Monroe County. What also makes us different, besides we have a separate board that's also appointed by the governor, that Candy had mentioned with our upcoming budget meetings. Our flood control system that we are managing is not as large as the CNSF system. It was originally dug by developers for homes. The developers went bankrupt, and then that system was turned over to Collier County. Collier County then turned back to the basin, and so we operate and maintain a system that does not belong to us. So it's a little different than what we deal with here at the district. So that system that we operate and that our funds go towards is 153 miles of canals and 46 structures, water control structures. So with that, we can get into the pie charts. So your sources you will see are ad valorem taxes, which come from Collier County, are estimated at $10.6 million. You see $2.4 million as part of the district, as part of the basin's fund balance. And you see investment earnings, and the last little slice for revenues is our rental income. We have a building that we lease out. So for our state programs, the largest portion you'll see in the yellow, the operation, maintenance, lands and works, makes up the 9.6 million? Sorry, I need to get my glasses on. I've joined the club. So the yellow slice of that pie is the 9.6 million in operations and maintenance of land and works, which mainly includes for the basin the maintenance of our infrastructure and canals, and also includes our capital planning program. The other major category, which you see is the green portion, falls under the water resource planning and monitoring, which is 3.4 million, which in the basin mostly includes our interagency funding and modeling. And I'm going to go into a little bit more detail about those programs in a couple of slides. Looking at this state expenditure pie chart, you're going to see the basin's largest expenditure categories falling under the operating expenses and fixed and operating capital costs, which tie back to your state programs, the operation and maintenance of our system. And then you will also see interagency expenditures at 15% of our expenditures, emergency reserves at 15%. Our salary and benefits comprise 20% of the basin's budget at $2.6 million. And then that takes me into my next slide. So this is also a little bit different as a theme for the basin. At the Basin Service Center, there's 7 employees, which you'll see highlighted in red. At our field station, there's 11.55 FTEs. We really have 20 people at our field station that report to Chris Edelstein's group, but those 11.55 FTEs are what are working on what we call the works of the basin. They are there supporting that program. The other folks report or work on, say, Picayune Strand Restoration Project. So their salaries come under a different fund. So the remaining of those sections, what you're seeing are the respective FTEs that work and support the basin from the different divisions. Examples would be right-of-way permitting folks that come from a different division that support the basin, modelers. We've got several folks from John's group, engineers that support the basin, project managers. Who else do we have? Oh, SCADA. SCADA is a huge supporter of the basin. So all of those FTEs that are going to fall in everybody else's categories that you're going to see later support the basin, and so the basin pays those portions for their work. So we have a total of 26.9 FTEs that we support. So now, fun part about all the work that the basin gets to do. For the $13.3 million budget, we have $3.4 million in the water resource planning and monitoring section, which $2.5 million or $2.6 million of that goes to the Collier County MOU and our intergovernmental funding program. Over the past few years, we've been able to support our local communities, City of Marco Island, City of Naples, Collier County, and Everglades City with stormwater projects, water quality projects, and alternative water source projects. So that's where that money falls in that particular category. There's also $800,000 for modeling work, for some regional modeling efforts within the district. We plan on doing some efforts with Collier County, as well as Florida Audubon's Corkscrew Swamp Sanctuary. We also have additional funding that's available. We plan on doing a feasibility study for a future capital project that might help us alleviate some flooding concerns in a particular area of Collier County. There is $9.6 million in operation and maintenance of works and lands. $200,000 of that is for land management, which covers FWC law enforcement and the Corkscrew Regional Ecological Watershed, or CREW, as many of you might know that as, for support. And then there's renovations to our Bird Rookery Boardwalk, which was damaged during Hurricane Irma. We have $8.2 million in operation and maintenance of major infrastructure. This includes our capital plan for new water control structures, canal dredging to improve flood control. There's money for our tree program, structure maintenance, canal bank mowing, and $2 million is our emergency reserves that's included in this pot of money. We have $900,000 for invasive plant control and this includes staff time and contractual services. So one of the unique things about the basin with the smaller canals that were built for development is, one, it's very flashy, but that shallow, we have to maintain them a little bit differently. And what we have found is mechanical harvesting works very well for us there, and that's very expensive. So we have $900,000 in our budget for canal maintenance. We have $200,000 is used for the service center facilities, which really covers our operation, water, sewer, garbage, bills. And then $100,000 supports district permitting and compliance work in Collier County that comes from Jill's group. And lastly, $300,000 is expended for district management and administration, which includes property appraiser, tax collector, and self-insurance fees for the basin. You have any questions?
Does anyone have any questions? I would like to point out that the chairwoman of the Basin Board is sitting right here, is Ms. Roman, and you'll have your own budget workshops coming up where you'll then integrate your budget into ours.
Absolutely, and in fact, that's what part of my thank you to Candy has been. We've had several sessions on the budget to get into the finer details of it.
Great. Any questions? Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, afternoon, Board. I'm going to cover the next two sections of the presentation, being the Everglades Policy and Coordination Group, as well as the Engineering and Construction Group. So as the name implies, for the Policy and Coordination Group, this group does a lot of the coordination, not only across the different parts of the Water Management District, but they also do a fair amount of coordination with our federal partners and our other state partners, whether it be through the Comprehensive Everglades Restoration Plan or the Northern Everglades programs. So looking at their level of funding for this budget, they're roughly just short of $38 million. The vast majority of that is coming from the state revenues. Over on this side is from the sources, that is. As Candy had said, a lot of that is from this more recent legislative appropriation. And a vast majority of this $28.4 million is allocated towards the Dispersed Water Management Program, which is what you'll see show up here over on the expenditure side of the pies in this $28.5 million. So again, looking back at the sources, there's a portion of it that also come from ad valorem sources, as well as Candy had talked about those federal revenues that may come into the agency. State program-wise, because this group is primarily dedicated towards those restorations of lands and public works, that's why you see the vast majority from a state program perspective falls into this large blue shaded area of the pie here. Looking at the overall number of full-time employees that we have within this group, the total amount comes out to about 50. It's broken up into roughly these three organizations, being the Everglades Technical Support Group, consisting of 13 FTEs, the Federal Policy and Coordination Group at 19. The Federal Policy and Coordination Group handles kind of what you would expect it to handle, is that coordination with the Corps of Engineers and our other federal partners as we move forward and implement those various restoration projects throughout South Florida. It has a sister component to it, the State Policy Group, consisting of the 17 FTEs, and they handle, again, as you would expect, a lot of the projects and restoration components that come from the state level with Northern Everglades program, or the two river watersheds being the St. Lucie River watershed and the Caloosahatchee River watershed, and any of projects that fall within those various watersheds that are not part of an otherwise federal project that has already been discussed before. So looking at a little bit more detail of where that money goes, as I said down here, the vast majority of it falls in that land restoration and public works component, and the majority of that $36 million is dedicated to the Dispersed Water Management Program here, just over $20 million. As, of course, as the board is well aware, anytime you need to start implementing a project, there's the initial planning stages of that project before we even get into the design and construction, which will follow the next group that I'll talk about in a moment. So there's roughly $5 million of this overall 36 that is allocated for those planning level activities and defining what projects are, where they're located on the landscape, and what their goals and objectives are, such that when we get to the actual design and construction of the project, we're doing it with purpose and with direction. Then there are other funding available, as you would expect, to support the level of staffing associated with the group from either the CERP program, Northern Everglades Restoration Strategies, and Kissimmee River Restoration itself. In addition to that, there is a permitting group that is housed within the Everglades Policy and Coordination Division. Anytime an agency, such as ourselves, seeks to implement restoration projects or any other kind of project, we also have to get our own permits. So we have a group within this division that is charged with obtaining permits on behalf or for the Water Management District. There's a whole nother regulatory side of the agency that Jill Creech will talk about a little bit later on, but this group is charged with obtaining permits for us to build our or your projects. So with that, I'll move on to the Operations Engineering Construction Group. This group actually consists of the vast majority of the agency's funding, roughly at just shy of $534 million. As you would expect, the sources of that come from those state revenues, is the vast majority of them. So this is all of your CERP projects, all of your restoration projects. There is a sizable component over here that does come from the ad valorem side of the house and the taxes that are collected throughout the 16 counties of the Water Management District, and that's part of the O&M capital program, and repairing, maintaining, rehabilitating, and replacing the existing district infrastructure. So that's what you'll find in this wedge of the pie over here. The fund balances that you see in this blue section, those were fund balances that were accrued and dedicated towards the Restoration Strategies program that are then expended from this division within the agency. State program-wise, a similar story as the Policy and Coordination Group. The vast majority of it falls in that land acquisition, restoration, and public works, simply because we're implementing those restoration projects. And because of the O&M capital program, you'll also have the operation and maintenance of lands and works you'll see show up in this division as well. So looking at the expenditure side, I'll kind of walk through the life cycle of a project so you can understand how the money actually gets expended of this $534 million. So anytime a project is developed, as I talked about in the previous group in the Everglades Policy and Coordination, they'll plan the project. When it comes over to the engineering group, we start the design of that project. If that project ultimately results in an asset to the agency and that asset is capitalized, it will show up over here in this fixed capital outlay. So C-43 Reservoir, the construction contract that this board voted on earlier this year. That money is contained within this fixed capital outlay group because the reservoir and its various components will ultimately wind up as assets to the agency. However, the planning and design that led to that construction contract will fall in this pie, in this wedge of the pie rather, as an operating capital outlay prior to it moving over into this fixed capital outlay. For those projects that are not capitalized, then that design falls into this wedge as an operating expense, and then the project itself is an expense project which falls into this contracted services wedge of the pie. So to give you an example of that, like a canal dredging and bank stabilization project, the dredging of the canal itself would be an expense to the agency because it's more along the lines of maintenance and maintenance of the canal profile itself. So those expenditures would fall into this wedge, whereas the bank stabilization portion of the project could be considered an asset and its expenditures would fall over into this side of the pie. So that's kind of how the money is moved from the sources through the expenditure categories. Looking at the actual folks that implement and get that restoration and those design plans going, this division is made up roughly of 244 full-time employees. You have the Engineering and Construction Bureau here, consisting of 60 full-time FTEs. They are what that name implies. They do the designs and oversee the constructions of all of the projects that the agency moves forward on. The Hydrology and Hydraulics Bureau, that's your modeling section. Those 50 individuals not only do modeling both for the planning side of the house and support for the Everglades Policy and Coordination Group, but they also do very specific, detailed, finite hydraulic models looking at an individual water control structure and making sure it's designed appropriately to handle the level of flows that we want to push through that structure itself. The other side of that division or that organization is over here in the Infrastructure Management Bureau that consists of roughly 111 full-time employees. They are primarily charged with managing some of that infrastructure that is already in place. So all of our inspection programs where we have folks go out in the field and conduct inspections and assessments of the condition of all of the existing infrastructure that is within your inventory is done out of this group. Earlier, Ms. Keeler had mentioned the SCADA group, which stands for Supervisory Control and Data Acquisition. They're housed within the Infrastructure Management Group. Later on in the presentation, Mr. Piper will talk about the Information Technology Group, sort of the, I guess, the simplistic way of the line of demarcation between his IT group and this SCADA group is that Dwayne not only is charged with the desktop computers and the servers that you would typically think of from an information technology organization, but they also have all of the telemetry towers that are spread throughout South Florida, and they maintain the backbone of the telemetry system. But then for every single water control structure, every single monitoring location that we have out in the field, all of those locations have radios and base stations that need to talk to those telemetry towers. So it's this SCADA group right here that handles not only the design and installation of all of those pieces of equipment, those radios and base stations that talk to the telemetry towers, but they also go out and maintain all of the existing equipment that has already been deployed out in the field for a number of years to make sure that flow of information is continuing from all of our recording locations and monitoring locations throughout the district. A little bit more detail and specifics, as Ms. Heater promised, on the types of projects that are funded with that roughly $534 million, the largest portion of that being just over $430 million. You've got $149 million that are going to the EAA Reservoir Project and other CERT projects. You've got just over $140 million going to the C-43 Reservoir, $20 million to the C-44 Stormwater Treatment Area. Just this past legislative session, the legislature appropriated $50 million towards the Lake Okeechobee Watershed Project. There's $47 million, which is not only consists of the $32 million of new money each year from legislative appropriations, but also money from that fund balance that you saw in the previous pie chart, adding up to this $47 million for this upcoming fiscal year to be dedicated towards restoration strategies. So that's the expansion number 2 of STA 1 West. It's continuation of the design and eventual construction of the C-139 flow equalization basin, as well as continued improvements to the Bowles Canal and conveyance improvements within the Everglades agricultural area itself to further optimize the operations of the stormwater treatment areas. $17.5 million for Northern Everglades. You're looking at the Lakeside Ranch project and completing the pump station that's left is the final component of that overall project, as well as the Lake Hickpachee expansion project. And finally, $3.3 million going towards the removal of Old Tamiami Trail. Looking at the other piece of the wedge, so to speak, at the operation, maintenance, and of lands and works, that $93 million, $58 million is primarily towards that capital refurbishment program that I described earlier. It's kind of broken up into both although it says 11 million for internal services, a lot of those internal services are the inspection programs, not only with internal staff, but also contractual support for divers underwater inspections of the various water control structures. So they're going in and look, the 47 million is dedicated towards the actual refurbishment of that infrastructure. As I already mentioned, the inspections, any modifications, any upgrades to the SCADA equipment that reports back water levels and stages and flows throughout the system, as well as there's funding in there to be able to address the facility infrastructure at the various field stations. Some of the field stations were constructed several years ago and the buildings are in need of overhaul and replacement. Some of that funding falls within this category here as well. Jumping down under Northern Everglades and estuaries, there's funding in there, as I already mentioned, Lakeside Ranch, 18.8 or just shy of 19 million towards the C-139 Annex restoration. And then lastly, I believe, the 8.3 million for that water resource planning. I had mentioned some of the support functions that the modeling group had done. So there's roughly $500,000 in the modeling group to support the efforts that they do and support giving to not only Everglades Policy Coordination Group, but other portions of the district as well. And finally, 7.7 of this 8.3 million is dedicated towards some contractual relationships that we have with the USGS and the various monitoring locations and groundwater monitoring wells that they have throughout South Florida. And we capitalize on some of their investment and seek to share that information and that data between the agencies. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Collins.
Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Mitnick while he's there?
I have one question. On the SERP projects, with the partnership with the federal government, we have a 50-50, whatever we spend.
Correct.
Yeah.
So let me jump. So this fixed capital will just work with this portion of the pie. So C-43 reservoir, every dollar that we spend on the C-43 reservoir and that construction, it is credited towards a ledger on our 50% side of the 50%, which will then incur the federal government expending an equal dollar on their side of the ledger, not necessarily on C-43 reservoir project, although they do have expenditures on that project as part of our coordination, but maybe it's another project. Maybe it's a project in the water preserve areas, Indian River Lagoon South, some of the other various SERP projects, yes.
So if we spend 398 million, we have matching funds, or is this a combination of?
No, these are funds that are received from these state revenues expended by the Water Management District that show up then on a ledger. And then the federal government is required to spend an equal dollar, so $398 million, on Everglades restoration. And
SERP projects?
SERP projects,
Right.
yes.
So they don't
it's
write
not
us a check,
Correct.
which is, I think,
Well,
what.
how
Yeah.
about the maintenance and operations of these projects? Is that 50-50 as well?
So if I may, I'll take that question. So for the SERP projects, there are some that are 50-50, and then we have some down in South Dade for 332B, C, and D that have a different percentage that is 60-40, as well as sometimes 100%, depending on how we are operating those structures. So that is where, when a project is turned over, and whenever Ms. Needs had asked the question about, about the monitoring side, and I'd mentioned the O&M side as well, when structures get turned over, that is when we actually start exchanging funds with the Corps. So we spend, and then they send us the 50% back, or the 40%, 60%, 100%, whatever it is. So that is when we do exchange funding, is on the O&M side. Yes, sir.
Okay, and that includes the planning, the design as well?
No, so the planning, the design, the construction, that is considered still a project. So as long as it is a project, it's on the cost ledger side. So then whenever it gets closed out and it's completed, then that's when it comes over to the O&M side and it moves from that restoration piece over to the operation, maintenance, and land and works portion. So the planning, the design, the engineering and construction, those hard like capital costs of building the infrastructure, we spend funding from the state, that the state appropriates us. The feds spend money on projects. It goes on a cost ledger to be, at the end of the day, 50-50.
Okay.
And a follow-up question on that. Candy, the ledger, you have a ledger, I don't have it with me, but, so we maintain the ledger. Can you remind me, is that on proposed budgets or active projects?
So it's on active projects.
Okay.
So it's expenditures and obligations.
Expenditures and obligations.
Right.
So for projects that are part of SERP that have not been started, those do not sit on the ledger?
Those do not sit on the ledger unless there's some expenditures. So for example, we have some acquisition costs. We get credit for land acquisition and associated costs with acquisition. So we may have purchased acquisition years in advance, but that project has not started yet. That sits on our side of the ledger as an expense. So as long as it's an expense or an obligation, it sits on that ledger.
Okay, so I mean, the reason I'm asking is, assume you have $2 billion on the ledger, and state is getting close to $1 billion. But where are we in the 50-50 split right now?
So
Are we
with-
75-25?
So with the 50-50, the district with expenditures and obligations is close to $1 billion ahead.
On a percentage term, can you give that to me?
It's out of, I believe, I don't know if it's 2 billion or what. I don't know the percentage off the top of my head. So
Well, we've exceeded the 50%. I guess my question is, how far over, how much funding, self-funding do we have to do before it becomes a problem?
Well, it's probably, it should be considered already a problem.
Right.
But right now, I don't know the numbers exactly, if I can just picture them in my head. The state's a little over 2 billion in investments for SERP, and the feds are a little over $1 billion. And so as far as SERP investments,
Yeah, so I think last time I saw that, we're at we have put in about 66%, and the Corps put in about 33%.
so then we, at the end of SERP, a $16 billion project, each entity should have spent $8 billion.
Sure.
Right, at the end of the day. And so then it's just a matter of where you are at a given point in time and how funding is flowing. So, in theory, if the feds met their obligations, they would start appropriating more than the state in order to catch up to to reconcile that $1 billion deficit.
And there's no service, there's no financing charge or anything for the ahead party?
No.
Okay.
No. And I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Well, I mean, so if we're essentially overfunding existing projects, there's no interest charge to the federal government for those?
No.
For those?
All it results in is future obligations start moving towards their side of the ledger
Yeah.
as their obligation versus the state's obligation.
Okay. Obviously, there's a threshold to how much that can expand. I guess that's a question
Right.
we can't answer at this point. Okay.
Well, and I imagine, Drew, that it kind of puts us in a quagmire, because we can sit back and say, okay, let's stop funding and give them a chance to catch up, but the problem becomes that
I don't think we want to do that.
they're so slow. In order for us to make sure we expedite our projects as much as possible, that's why we keep getting ahead. Their slowness, I guess, benefits them.
And case in point is, for years we've wanted the Herbert Hoover Dike rehabilitated, and the state decided to put money into that. And that was 100% federal, it's not 50-50. And the Tamiami Trail project that we just got $60 million from the feds on. We put up $40 million to help the feds get 60, but that's a 100% federal project. So, I mean, the state appropriators, the state policymakers just want this done so badly that this isn't becoming an obstacle, this sort of, this inequity.
Except when you get to multiple billions of dollars, right?
Right.
Okay.
And then yet, you're still asking yourself the question, do you want to get it done, or you want, you know?
Yeah.
Well, that is the question. Do you want to sit around and wait for the federal government? I think the answer is no. And our legislature's been really good about that.
So we should light a fire under the federal government? Is that what we're? Huh?
If we can continue to get the 200 million, that would be nice. Eventually. Thanks, John. Mr. Collins?
Good afternoon, Chairman Goss, Governing Board members. I'm here today to give you an overview of the real estate budget. In terms of funding, the sources of funding for the real estate division for this year's budget, it comes 71% from reserves, which was generated primarily by surplus property sales. The expenditure categories, the fixed capital outlay is primarily for land acquisition. Salaries and benefits fund 20 full-time equivalents. Operating expenses are made up primarily of payment in lieu of taxes, or PILT. And contracted services are payment for services to 298 districts, appraisal fees, and attorney's title service subscription. In terms of my FTE overview, I have a total of 20 people. I have made up of two sections. The real estate section, which is led by Marcy Zender. They provide acquisition services, title examination services, real estate database support. The real estate leasing and support section, which is led by Ray Palmer, provides leasing, environmental, appraisal, core cost crediting, budgeting, and asset management support. In terms of funding, the $9.1 million of acquisition, restoration, and public works is to fund acquisitions located in places like the Biscayne Bay Coastal Wetlands, the C-111, Picayune Strand, and Fakahatchee. Maintenance and repairs of $200 under the $3.4 million of operation and maintenance of works and lands. The primary driver of that is salaries and wages, but the other items include maintenance and repairs associated with our leasing program, primarily fencing and culverts and things of that nature, on new leases in transition. Acquisitions for voluntary programs such as Pensuco and Shingle Creek. Payment in lieu of taxes, or PILT. And O&M infrastructure payments of $0.7 million are for 298 district payments for services. With that, I'll take any questions.
Does anyone have any questions? I have one. Why is PILT in real estate rather than straight operations or operating? Why are you charged that? That strikes me as odd.
Well, we do the administration of the PILT program, so I guess it
Is that straight admin, or is that actual outlays to counties?
Well, it's actual outlays to counties. The way the program works is that, as you know, most of our properties are exempt from taxation once we acquire them, except in counties that have populations of 150,000 or less. In our service area, there are 4 counties that meet that qualification: Okeechobee, Highlands, Glades, and Hendry. And so when we take a property off the tax roll, they have the ability to petition us to make a payment in lieu of taxes. And there's a protocol they have to follow. They have to make an application before a certain time. We have to go through it and accept it and recommend it for approval to the Department of Revenue, who then certifies it. So we administer the program, which is why I assume we have the budget.
Yeah, it strikes me more of an operating cost of doing business. And again, it's all the money's green. It doesn't really matter, but it seemed to charge you for it. It doesn't seem quite right. But anyway, anyone else have questions? Great, thanks.
Good afternoon, Governing Board members. I'll be covering the Field Operations and Land Management Division today. So as you can see, the majority of our sources are ad valorem. That's about 63% of our budget, which is $101.7 million. District revenues are going to be our lease dollars coming in from district lands. Local revenues, as Candy's already said, we have interagency gates sometimes that we do for the other water management districts, so the overhaul of those. State revenues is a vegetation management. It's our 225 fund, so that's going to cover a aspect or a portion of our vegetation management program. Federal reserves are taking a look at the kind of the shared O&M costs of SERP. Is also going to include Loxahatchee National Wildlife Refuge as well. The fund balance is going to be Lake Belt mitigation, Shingle Creek, crew, and then also some of the staff time that we're doing out at the scrape down or the soil moving project at 5-6, the work that we just completed at BOMA, and also part of the Alapata wetland restoration work that we're completing right now. And the agricultural privilege taxes are going to be our 217 fund, which covers some of the operation and maintenance of the stormwater treatment areas in both the West Palm Beach and Clewiston field station areas of responsibility. The state programs, again, most of our money is in the operations and maintenance of land management. That's 99.2%, so almost 98% of the budget. And then if you move over to the expenditures, the actual operations and expenses is $54.7 million, so just about 54% of the budget. Staff salary and benefits covers 41%. The operating capital outlay, that $1.1 million, is to replace vehicles and heavy equipment. The interagency expenditures is that gate overhaul program. And contractual services, now we're looking, again, that's where the crew money goes. We also do staff time, again, for the 5-6, so I've already covered that. Looking at the FTE allocation overview, we do cover quite a bit. We have 505 employees total. Underneath this, there's 4 different bureau chiefs. We also do cover the emergency management, so Beth McElroy reports up through the division. I actually cover Region 1, which is the Okeechobee and St. Cloud field stations. In addition to that, I cover right-of-way as well. Operations Bureau Region 2 is Jesus Carrasco. He has 4 of our field stations, so he covers Fort Lauderdale, Miami, Homestead, and BCB. And then Tom DeBold is going to cover Region 3, which is Clewiston, West Palm Beach. He also has flight and fleet as well. And then Rory Feeney covers land management, which is broken down into 2 different sections. He has land stewardship and vegetation management. So out of this, about 400 of the staff reports to field stations, doing most of the operations and maintenance. And then the other groups break down the remainder. So where the money goes, $51.5 million goes to the operations and maintenance of the infrastructure. So we have 2,200 miles of canals, 2,100 miles of levees. We have 670 water control structures. Those are our gravity control structures. We have 77 pump stations, of which 29 of those are manned during hurricanes. So those are, once they turn on, we do man them. Those are our critical pump stations that we have. We have 620 project culverts that we are responsible of replacing. Those are culverts that are entering into the CNSF system. Some of the other larger costs of this $51.5 million is going to be fuel and electric. So on a 5-year average for fuel, we're looking about $7.2 million. Electric is about $2.5 million a year. The highest that we've had is FY18 in that 5-year span. That was about $11.8 million. And then the lowest we had was in FY15, which was $8.1 million. Overall, for the maintenance of this system, last year we conducted 21,500 work orders. So that any of our projects we track in SAP, so we can track staff time and also costs associated with that work. We have about $16 million goes towards the actual maintenance of the infrastructure, contracts, and then again, we have budget about $12.5 million for fuel and electric. If you move down to invasive plant control, that's $27.6 million, of which the majority of that is going to be aquatic and terrestrial spraying and also chemical purchasing. That's about $21 million combined for those 3 areas. Included in this is going to be all of the vegetation control over all of the district lands, including the stormwater treatment areas. So that's about 70,000 acres that they're responsible for the vegetation control inside of those to make sure the STAs are working appropriately. And also in this is the invasive animal management. So that's the Python program. We also have a program looking at iguana control as well. The iguanas actually burrow into the banks near our structures, and they actually do quite a bit of damage. And we also have a contract with the University of Florida to be removing reptiles and amphibians as well. Moving over to land management, they have about 1.5 million acres of land that they manage, about 430 acres of lakes. Of that property, 686,000 are open to public recreation. Now that includes hunting, fishing, hiking, biking, horseback riding. We have 50 different sites that people can camp at. So that is all the operations and maintenance of that. We also conduct the prescribed burns through this. So last year we burned about 22,000 acres. So far this year we've either been the lead or we've assisted on about 5 burns on Lake Okeechobee, which has burned about 12,000 acres so far. If we move down to the $4 million for operations and maintenance of district facilities, we have about 308,000 square feet of office space that this budget covers. That includes headquarters, 4 service centers, and also the FOC over on Belvedere Road. We have $2.6 million in STA compliance and right-of-way, and then $7.9 million in fleet operations and maintenance. And that is just the operations and maintenance of the fleet. That is not replacement. So that's going to be doing the maintenance of all of our vehicles, our boats, heavy equipment, cranes, and also the portable pumps that we have that are on wheels that they would be moved. The $1.7 million for water resources and regulation. The majority of that is helicopter time. So we've done 580 flights, of which 464 of those flights are mandatory flights. And then the last is $0.8 million for land acquisition, restoration, and public works. So that, again, as Candy has mentioned, is kind of the testing phases as we're getting the projects turned over to us, and then the 5-6 project, Alapata and Boma, that I've already discussed. With that, is there any questions?
Thank you. You mentioned that the agricultural privilege tax covers some of the cost of the STAs. Do you know what percentage that is of the total cost of the STAs?
From my side of the house, it would cover all of it, but the full program, I do not know.
What do you mean by your side of the program, please?
The operations and maintenance. So all of the vegetation work, any of the pump stations, any of the water control structures, all of that operations and maintenance would be covered by that 217, the agricultural fund.
All of the STAs?
So in Palm Beach and Clewiston, so that's STA 1 East, 1 West, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So south of the lake.
Thank you.
So if I may, the STAs cost about $22 million, $22 to $24 million to operate and maintain. So 11 of it comes from the agricultural privilege tax, and then the remaining portion comes from the Everglades construction project millage within the Okeechobee Basin. Okay.
So is all the cost covered through those two things?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
These pre-treatment areas aren't any part of SERP. This is a state expense on the quality of water.
Yeah, specifically, when going from Ms. Thurl-Lippis' question to yours, Mr. Bergeron, if you're talking about the stormwater treatment areas that are within the Everglades agricultural area, yes, they are pursuant to the Everglades Forever Act. They're not federal projects.
But you're saying that the expense is, the taxes cover the expenses of operating them, or? I think that's the question you're asking?
Yes, sir. So the question was how much the stormwater treatment areas cost and it's about an average, if I recall, $22+ million. We collect $11 million from the agricultural privilege tax, and then we collect funding through the Everglades Construction Project millage, which is a part of the Okeechobee Basin millage that funds the remainder.
Can you explain what that is, the Okeechobee?
Yes, so the Okeechobee Basin millage covers 15 of our 16 counties.
Not Collier.
Collier County millage covers the other county, Collier County, the Big Cypress Basin millage, rather, excuse me. So the Okeechobee Basin millage is comprised up of 3 millage rates: District at Large, ECP, Everglades Construction Project, and then Okeechobee Basin. So all taxpayers that live within 15 of the 16 counties pay those 3 millage rates, which is a combined, that you add those 3 together for a combined rate for the Okeechobee Basin. And then Collier County, the taxpayers in Collier County pay the Big Cypress Basin millage as well as the District at Large, combined for a Big Cypress Basin. So District at Large, meaning all 16 counties pay that millage.
Okay, so like when I get my tax bill, it's broken down, and it has those 2 different things that are district charges, basically. And one of them is this, right?
Yes, it should have 3 millages. It should have the
3.
district at large, the Everglades Construction Project, as well as the Okeechobee Basin. And then whenever we bring that to you, you'll see all 3 of those then added together for a total for Okeechobee Basin. But you should see all 3 on your tax bill. Yes.
So people pay for the STAs, everybody pays for the STAs.
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks. Except, well, they're different.
Thanks, Chris.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
I'm here to present the Water Resources Division budget. It's comprised of 3 bureaus: the Applied Sciences Bureau, of which I'm Bureau Chief, the Water Supply Bureau, Mark Elsner is the Bureau Chief. Mark wears purple on certain occasions. And the Water Quality Bureau, which is Stuart Van Horn, who took Ms. Meads out on a tour yesterday and does all of our water quality monitoring. So the 3 of us are de facto the Water Resources Division. You'll note that the majority of money coming into this division is from ad valorem sources, approximately 80%. There is a small contribution of state and federal revenues in terms of our partnerships with the state, some money coming in for Northern Everglades, and money coming in from the federal partners for some monitoring efforts in Everglades National Park and other areas. And then we have a fund balance, which is primarily monies that have been encumbered for the Central Florida Water Initiative, as well as the Restoration Strategy Science Plan, and a small sliver of investment earnings. If you look at the state program allocation, as would make sense given the 3 bureaus that make up the Water Resources Division, the lion's share is in water resource planning and monitoring, approximately almost $20 million. We then have our technical support and monitoring support for the SERP and large construction projects, including restoration strategies and Kissimmee River restoration at $11.9 million, and a small sliver of funding for the group, which is operation maintenance of lands and works, which is our STA permit monitoring. If you look at the expenditures, we are primarily a staff-driven resource area, probably not quite as much as regulation, but this is where the lion's share of our funding goes for, is the staff that make up the division. There's approximately 225 FTEs in the entire division. We have some contractual services. This is the, if you recall, the science plan contracts that were brought forth a couple months ago. That is really the lion's share of these contractual services to private consultants. And then we also have contractual interagency, which would be our university partnerships and non-NGOs. And then we also have our operating expenses, which is part and supplies, capital outlay, which is our larger scale equipment, and then fixed capital outlay again, which is some of the work that is being done in support of the Central Florida Water Initiative. As I mentioned, the overall number of FTEs, staff allocated to the Water Resources Division is 225. The Applied Science Bureau has 76 staff members. The Water Quality Bureau has 113, and the Water Supply Bureau has 35. So where do we spend the money? Under water resource planning and monitoring, as I mentioned, this is almost $20 million of expenditures. The subcategories on water management planning, which is our water supply, regional and sub-regional plans, Central Florida Water Initiative, which is a multi-agency effort with St. John's River Water Management District, Southwest Florida Water Management District, and Florida Department of Environmental Protection. We also provide staff technical support for the Lake Okeechobee Watershed Protection Plan and the Northern Everglades plans, as well as our staff that do minimum flows and levels and water reservations. The lion's share of this is under research, data collection, analysis, and monitoring. This one bullet here, Regional Water Quality Monitoring and Assessment, that basically is the Water Quality Bureau. They make up the vast majority of this effort. There are over 1,100 sampling sites that we have throughout the district. We have approximately 20,000 site visits per year and run about 250,000 laboratory analyses per year. As I mentioned, we also have STA operations monitoring. This is separate from the permit-required monitoring. And then we have our research programs, our Everglades research, Lake Okeechobee research, our Northern Estuary research, and Florida Bay research. And also, again, in support of some of the groundwater work that we do, we have the hydrogeological data evaluation and modeling. This supports our water supply planning and CFWI. And then technical assistance to local governments. The additional expenditures fall out as indicated under land acquisition, restoration, and public works. This again is where we put our SERP projects and our restoration strategies, science plan projects. For SERP, we also do something called the Restoration Coordination and Verification Program. This is a 50-50 cost share with the Corps of Engineers, and this is the system-wide environmental monitoring and assessment. We look at projects on a project by project. We look at data analysis and monitoring support, Kissimmee River restoration, and we also do this one bullet here, assessment of restoration of natural flow paths and SEP. This is, may have heard the expression decompartmentalization. This is where we look at when we remove levees to try and restore the natural flow paths through the center of the system, and we have projects dedicated to this effort as well. Finally, the chunk of money I mentioned was for the permit compliance monitoring, the stormwater treatment areas under operation and maintenance of lands and works. And with that, I'll be happy to take questions or hand it off to Ms. Creech.
Does anyone have questions?
I have a statement and a question. So I have a statement for the governing board members. I had the best time yesterday out in the field watching water being sampled. And my background is I'm an auditor and investigator, and staff was so kind to me as I just asked them questions and questions and questions. And this group has a field electronic notebook. So as they pull, and you see that in the world of water data, this is the workhorse, I think, in all of South Florida between all, we do work for the Corps and everyone, so many samples taken in all sorts of cool ways. But this group has a data notebook, a field notebook, a electronic notebook, and they take notes out in the field, 3 samples, this sample's missing, this sample's contaminated. They take the notes as they go. And that connects directly to the Laboratory Information Management System, or LIMS, and that is a Horizon program. But they also do data analysis for other groups in the district who take notes by hand. And when they turn over the water samples, they hand over handwritten notes. And so someone in this group then has to sit down and key those notes in. So I don't know if that would come, the money to bring everybody online with electronic field notebooks, if that would come from the IT group or if that would come from the other budgets. And I don't know how much money we're talking about, probably not a great amount of money, but it would be a wonderful thing to not have to do that work twice. So not to take those notes and then type them back in. Anytime you do that, there's a chance that there's going to be mistakes made. So I don't know how that happens, but I think it's certainly something that should happen. And then the other thing, looking at this group that's so great, I think that the Analytical Services Division would benefit. Now I'm talking to the governing board members, not to staff. I think the Analytical Services Division would benefit with an extra $200,000 for technology, for new technology. So laboratory equipment gets old, it breaks, new equipment comes along, and I think that I don't think we waste a penny in the district. I mean, people, outsiders look at our budget and they see how big it is, but we don't waste a dime. I think that this group, because they serve such an incredibly important role here for us, I think that $200,000 for analytical services is a very small ask. And then I think the field monitoring group, who is always looking at better ways to collect these samples, I think they could really benefit by an additional $75,000. I think that, you know, we like to keep budgets where they are, but I would like to wait until we talk about human resources and raises and bonus. That's coming next, but not with you, Dr. Gray. But I certainly think that it's really important for a group like this to have a little more, you know, a little more than they absolutely need. And I think that 275 would be well worth it for the district.
I know that they work on a very thin margin. They use all their resources as effectively and as efficiently as possible, so.
I was really impressed by that. And for the public, listen, they maintain their own sampling stations, which includes, you know, having to put decking back on them every 5 years and all of those things. I mean, they work very efficiently and effectively and waste nothing. So I think that they've earned just a tiny bit more.
Thanks, Ms. Means. Is there anyone else? Thank you, Dr. Payne.
Okay.
Screech.
Good afternoon. I'm here to talk about regulation. Oh, wait a second. Hold on, I got to figure out how to get this right. Okay. All right. Okay, so looking at our pie charts, you can see sources are 74% ad valorem. There's a small amount of investment earnings, and there's also district revenues that are primarily generated through the regulation program by application review fees and also enforcement penalties and costs. The state program is 100% regulation, and overwhelmingly the expenditure category is for salary and benefits. The Regulation Division consists of 3 programs: the Environmental Resource Bureau, which is head up by Ricardo Valera, the Water Use Bureau, which is head up by Simon Sunderland, and Regulatory Support Section, which is head up by Stan Orlowski. Under the Environmental Resource Bureau, we handle permitting, compliance, and enforcement for environmental resource permits. And likewise, under water use, it's for consumptive use permits. And then our Regulatory Support Section handles our transfer permit team. So that's whenever there's change in ownership of permits, they are required to transfer the permit to the new ownership. And then we also have support for all of our incoming and outgoing correspondence, and they also provide support for our e-permitting program, which is the platform under which the public can provide their applications electronically. We have a total of 142 FTEs. So where does the money go? 13.7 million funds staff to support the regulatory activities. And just to provide kind of a sense of volume of the workload, we process about 4,000 applications a year, which generate, in addition to our ongoing compliance efforts, it provides about 700 certifications that need to be reviewed and inspected, about 1,200 environmental reports that need to be done, and about 4,600 compliance reports per year for consumptive use. And in addition, we do about 2,000 inspections, both for engineering and for the environmental aspect of ERP. And we have, CUP is less intensive on inspections. They do about 500 a year. And then about 88,000 is basically our operations expenses. And I will take any questions.
I have a question. Did you mention that you collect fines?
Oh, we do.
And now, when the fines come back to the district, how are they distributed?
I believe they go into the general fund.
So if I may, I'll take that question, Ms. Roman. So it works very similar to how we discussed with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. So we run trends on those permit fees, those fees that come in. And we offset the expenses in the regulatory side of the house with ad valorem, and then what that projected amount of permit fees is going to be that should come in, you know, according to trend. So we actually build in upfront anticipated revenues from those permit fees based on trends. So in essence.
Candy?
Yes.
She was asking about enforcement fines.
Enforcement, the fines, I'm sorry. That's what I meant. I'm sorry, I misspoke. But we do put those funds in upfront to offset those costs in the regulatory division.
So you're establishing a trend over previous years
Yes.
of what those fines
Yes,
would
ma'am.
be with no changes in enforcement
Yes, ma'am.
or staffing?
Yeah, we take a conservative approach.
Now, what about the permit fees? Are they handled the same way?
The same exact way. I'm sorry, I didn't distinguish the two.
What-
But yes, the same exact way. So we do trends on those. There's a staff member in the budget office that works with a staff member in Jill's area that gets those statements, that looks at how much money is coming in, and he runs trends on them, and then we build it in the upcoming budget as to anticipated revenues to come in to help offset those expenses.
So you may not know the answer to this question, but what percentage of this budget, the budget for this department, is covered by fees and fines?
It's about $3.5 million.
$3.5 million of a total budget of
13.8.
13.8.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hello, Ms. Creech.
Hello?
So looking at the pie chart, it says ad valorem taxes are 10.2 million or 74% here.
Yes.
And I just want to ask, is this, I may have missed it and you said it, this is for both the CUP permits and also the ERP permits?
Yes, the whole program.
Okay, and most of those are benefiting agriculture and development? I'm just curious.
You mean, what is the profile of the applicants?
Well, I don't really want to put it like that, but I mean, honestly, I mean, what kind of, since we don't get to see them, they go to the executive director, what are most of the ERP permits for? And the CUP or CUP permit is obviously for water. So, yeah, I'm curious.
I don't know that information right off the top of my head. I can easily provide that breakdown to you, to all of you in the future.
Okay, I'm just curious, and I mean, you have such a stellar reputation, and I'm just looking at the pie charts. It's just interesting how high the ad valorem is here, and how high the salary and benefits are with the green.
We are staff-driven, totally.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'll follow up on that a little bit, and this may be more for Candy, because I think I'm not picking on you, it's just something I noticed when you have pretty much your whole chart one color. Does that mean that, what do you do for things like rent, electricity, vehicles? How are you
The-
paying for that?
The operating expenses are outlined in that particular section. So that primarily is most of the office supplies. I think there's some, help me out on the vehicles. Do we get charged some for vehicle use?
Yes, there's some vehicle usage.
Is
No,
that showing
very
up in these
little.
charts?
It's showing up under operating expenses. So that little sliver, which you can barely see, $100,000, 1%, it shows up under that.
Now realize we have.
That strikes me as a very small number.
We do have service centers that we either own, the district owns, or we lease, but that is not under it's not applied to regulations cost, it's distributed.
That's what I'm saying. I don't
Yeah.
think this is a question for you. I think it's more for
Right,
Candy.
yeah.
Are you charging them? We're not seeing that charge.
No, that charge is under facilities. It was under Mr. Edelstein.
Right, that's what I thought. So we're
Yes.
probably underselling a little bit what we're actually paying for some of these programs by not charging the overhead or the direct cost to them.
The costs, reside, like, the responsible party facilities is responsible, for facilities, so that's where the service center costs run through the facilities budget.
Do you
Other
track
than-
that back to each of these programs or not?
We track it back to the actual program, but it is not within the division. The division is not the responsible party, for
Okay.
example, for that. But, and like Lisa, for example, under Ms. Keeler, like, her
Yep.
charges are under her because of the basin funds.
Right. But again, I think that, my point is that you're showing an operating expense of $100,000 is probably not,
Correct,
probably underselling what real operations are unless you guys are really
correct,
walking everywhere. which
correct.
I don't think you are. Okay.
I have one more question. Who sets the fees and the fines for these permits and regulations?
They're in statute and rule.
When was the last time the fees were updated or the fines?
I don't have that information, but I can let you know. Not recently, I don't believe.
Will you let the whole governing board
Certainly.
know? Thank you very much.
I have one question. I want to ask, do we follow, for instance, when we're doing projects ourselves, whether it's construction, whether it's maintenance, whether it's mitigation or whatever, we have certain regulations and certain procedures. Do we follow that ourselves, our own regulations?
As Mr. Mitnick indicated, there's a whole separate group that handles all of the permitting for the district's behalf, and they run their applications through DEP, which has the same rules and criteria from a permitting standpoint as the district does.
So whatever we do, we follow our own regulations?
We must meet conditions of issuance as any other regulatory applicant must meet.
Okay.
Thanks, Ms. Creech.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Governing Board members. I'm Dwayne Piper, the Division Director for Information Technology. And as you've heard almost from all the groups already, almost all the divisions, budget, procurement, John's construction engineering group, operations, land management, those are all customers of information technology. So the way our budget is done, it's split across all the program areas, because we provide services through all the other divisions in the district to allow them provide technology and services so they can do their function and their job. So as far as our sources of revenue, they come from ad valorem taxes, as can be seen there, with a little bit of fund balance and investment earnings, a minor part of it. Moving into how it's distributed, as I mentioned, because it's across all the programs, there's a split that shows how our services are split between district management, administration, operations, maintenance, and land, and so forth. So the IT functions, we perform enterprise services that provide things like Microsoft tools on our desktop, PCs, things like that. So we're allocated across each program according to the amount of services we provide. So in our expense category, we primarily have salaries, because we need the people to operate the technology and do the replacements and upgrades and the care and feeding of the technology. Then the rest of the budget is contractual services and operating expenses. So that's primarily software licensing that allows us to use software, hardware licensing, and maintenance contracts with the vendors that allows us to do upgrades, perform security patches, and things like that. We also have a capital outlay, and those are for new things where we have to replace aged equipment or where software or hardware is no longer supported by the vendor and we have to get another solution or just upgrade with the same vendor. So with the way we're distributed, our staff of 133, I'd like to describe what we do so that you get an idea of the services that IT provides. We're organized in service groups, and there's primarily 3 bureaus. The first bureau is the Applications Bureau, the second would be the IT Operations Bureau, and the third would be IT Security. Now, as far as the Applications Bureau, that's primarily software applications that's led by Rhonda Albert. These are software products that we either buy that out of the box perform a function we need, or software that we develop where we actually have programmers that code software that's unique to our needs. I'll give you a few examples. Jill's group, you just heard from Jill on regulation. So we receive permits, process permits, and issue the permits back to the public. That back office operation and the managing of those electronic permits goes through a system. We're currently upgrading that system from a legacy system to modernizing it to a new system today. And so we support her group. Other software we support would be more administrative in nature. So our budget office, our procurement, accounts payable, HR functions such as timesheets that everyone fills out. So we process payroll accurately. So that's administrative software that we support and maintain. And of course, so there's licenses, software licenses behind that, and hardware that it runs on in our data center. Other systems that we support, there's an e-builder system that manages all our construction contracts, all our documents that are associated with that construction, pictures, images, deliverables from the vendors, the various subcontractors. And John's group primarily uses that every day. As well as our water management system, the system that issues command and control functions out to the field to move gates. That system runs in software that's in our control center here, and that software is something that IT manages, updates, and maintains. Didn't want to forget our integrated real estate system that Stephen uses to record our transactions. We have all the history, and we can do analysis, we can split lands and track the funding, and that's another system that IT maintains and supports. In addition to these software systems, and there's many more, I'd like to mention this applications team houses our geographic information systems. And we call that geospatial services because most everything we do here involves a map. It's a printed map or a digital map. And so what this group does is provides updates to the layers of that map to provide points on the map and the significance of what each point does. And we capture and manage that data. But also this group spearheaded something I might have mentioned to some of you when I first met you called the Open Data Portal. This is our GIS portal that can be found on our website at sfwmd.gov/GIS. And this means we took all the maps that we use internally throughout the agency and we moved them to a cloud service so they'd be accessible to the public as well. So the same maps, if we're showing someone here and working with someone here, we can also point them externally to the same information. So that's the Applications Bureau, and they, of course, support the day-to-day functions of all the other groups you've heard from so far. We also have an IT operations group led by Tom Sutterfield. Now, this team deals more with hardware, a little bit of packaged software, but mostly hardware that runs all the applications we talked about. So basically computers. We have a data center here in this building. We also have a backup data center in Tampa. So if we lose anything here, we can recover our systems remotely at another site. In addition to the backup data center, we have networking and computer equipment in all our remote offices, our field stations, and our pump stations. And so the IT operations group maintains those systems to maintain that connectivity between buildings, basically. Hardware, for example, could be anything from, I was thinking about this room here with the monitors, and behind me, what you don't see is behind that wall is a lot of equipment that manages the audio-visual for this room. In fact, we actually live stream this to YouTube now, and that takes equipment or physical hardware to do that. We also capture and record and tag the meetings for future use and public records. In a room similar to this is also our emergency operations center that we activate in case of a hurricane, for example, and that also has a lot of audio-visual equipment in it, and we just support that equipment as well as the software WebEOC, which allows us to track incidents. In addition to the data center and other hardware at our field stations, the IT operations group does basic computer support PCs that are on people's desktops, tablets, devices, handheld devices. And your basic productivity tool software, such as Microsoft Excel, PowerPoint, things that everyone uses every day to do their function and produce a document. And that group supports that as well. Also, if you drove in today, you happen to notice the big tower in the front of our property. So that's a microwave tower, and we have a microwave network throughout the district. It's very similar to a cell phone network. However, the difference with ours is that we build those towers to withstand hurricane-force winds, and that obviously allows us to operate and function during and right after a storm. So the microwave tower goes throughout the 16 counties of the district, and IT supports that. And we also use it not only for the command and control to our structures, but we also leverage that technology to use for communication between our offices. So we take advantage of that. So third, I mentioned we had a security bureau, an IT security led by Enrique Gracia. And you know, with everything today being digital or electronic, it also increases our susceptibility to attacks. So, for example, our security department ensures that the district's critical infrastructure and services are protected to the highest level while minimizing risk for our citizens. What does that mean? It means if we get attacked in our SCADA system, it could either cause flooding or cause pumps to go on or pumps not to go on, things like that. So we take security very seriously here at the district. It could also impact staff productivity. If you had read anything in the news where there's a breach, productivity goes down for weeks while IT fixes the problem. And we're constantly striving to prevent that from happening the best of our ability. So that covers how we're divided into the three divisions. I'd like to move on unless there's any questions on that. So these slides represent how the money is distributed in the various software and hardware programs that I've mentioned, and what IT does to basically keep the lights on and keep servicing these groups so that they can do their day-to-day function. If you notice the map here displays not only our microwave routes that we have, but also has on it locations for our service centers, our pump stations, and so forth. Also, we're the producers of those maps. So to do all of this, as I mentioned, requires software. So our budget primarily goes to software licensing, and the software runs on hardware. And so we pay for physical hardware. So that's to keep the lights on. Now, what happens when a vendor goes out of business, merges, or simply the product ages as it's no longer supported? IT has a cloud-first strategy, and what that means is that we try to buy a service that's in the cloud that we don't have to put in our data center, and it's less maintenance. It's just an ongoing cost to pay for that service. And we also try to provide a mobile-first or a mobile-ready piece of software. Something today in modernizing our systems, PCs used to be simple. We used to have a computer, a spreadsheet to crunch numbers, and then email for communications. But today, you know, we all have the cell phones and tablets, and life is much more complicated. And so the expectation of staff is that they can work and access our systems anywhere at any time using any device. So part of our modernization strategy is cloud first and mobile ready, if it's possible. And if it's not, we undertake projects to modernize the system ourselves. As I mentioned, we do have software developers where we do write some software. So it's a picture of the microwave tower and a further breakdown of how our budget is spent. And I just wanted to conclude with a couple of other advancements we're doing today. In addition to providing cloud and mobile services for digital workforce transformation and transforming the way we work and have access to these tools all the time and more frequently, we also, as part of technology today, there's something called smart cities. And what smart cities are doing is their governments giving more public access to internal systems and data to encourage public engagement. And we're doing that as well. I think I mentioned it with some of you that we have a website that gives our real-time system data, and that's www.sfwd.gov/site status. And I can re-email that out. And that is available to anyone to access and understand what a particular site is doing real-time right at the moment. And so we're endeavoring to modernize our system, make our data more accessible to the public. We're doing it again, as I mentioned, with the e-permitting system for Jill's group. And we are also the group that retrieves most of the data for public records requests. And in the future, we're also working on assimilating, so we're giving point data now through the site status application, but we're working on a system to assimilate and integrate additional data to provide insights to that data as part of modernizing our system. So in other words, today we have an application you might have heard of called DB Hydro Data Browser. And we actually have classes where we're teaching people how to learn, how to use that system, and you have to figure out what a DB key is and how to combine those to get the data you want to look at. Well, we're taking that magic sauce behind the scenes, assimilating the data together to produce more insightful data so people don't have to learn that. They can just point and click and understand what's happening in our system. So that's something we're working on that's coming up. With that, I'd like to entertain any questions.
Dwayne, you hit on security, and unfortunately, my experience has been that the security investment, security of technology investment has been one of the largest, on a percentage term, not on a dollar term, increases in company budgets over time. So I just want to make sure that we're confident that, you know, we have the budget and the activity that we are, because we're forced to constantly upgrade this, respond to threats, and it's just getting worse and worse by the year. As you mentioned, we're in a situation here where there's a lot more implications if we're getting hacked or have shutdown. So, you know, I just wanted to ask your opinion and maybe some feedback on how much the security investments and budgets have grown over the past 3 to 5 years.
Yes, good question. I don't have the exact number, but I can tell you what we've done over the past few years. Through attrition, we've taken some positions, and instead of rehiring what the position was when a person left, we hired into security. So we grew our security group from, I think, 1 or 2 to about 5 or 6. So, yeah. So that's one thing, staff, because we have to watch all these systems. We have to watch where anomalies happen in our network, and we have to investigate them. The other thing that we do, I mentioned hardware ages, and we have to replace it. So when 2 weekends ago, we did a major replacement of what's called our perimeter firewall. These are a bunch of hardware devices that sit out on our network and protect us from attacks. So in the process of upgrading the hardware, we also upgraded the software to keep current with technology. And just to finalize that, we also do things differently than we did before. So all the events that happen on our network, now we bring them into one place so we can correlate them. So every time we're replacing something that ages, we don't just replace one for one. We look at, can we use the money better? Can we improve the technology and do something different or better? And if not, then obviously we turn and request more funding and we provide a reason for it. But I think right now we're doing really well in the security area.
And to support the internal resources, do we use external consultants to test our system or confirm best practices?
So I'm not going to be able to tell you anymore. No. So sure, we do. This is called penetration testing. And so what we do is we have external companies that try to attack us, known attacks from the outside, and they give us a report. And we take that report and we look at low-hanging fruit, and we do everything immediately that we can do quickly. And then if it's a project and we have to do something differently, we initiate a project to make that change. And then we turn around in 6 months and have that penetration test done again.
Okay, good,
Yes.
thank you.
I had a question regarding our software. Are many of these platforms proprietary, or are you buying licenses with future updates?
Right, so most of it is proprietary, but we pay maintenance agreements that gives us the ability to upgrade as they have new releases. So by our paying, so we buy a license once. Well, there's two forms of licensing. I'll tell you both of them. The first form is you buy a license, and let's say you pay $100 for that license. Then you pay 18 to 20% a year for maintenance upgrades. So you buy once at $100, you pay $20 every year. And as long as you pay that money, you're able to get the upgrades that the company releases. So that's what primarily we do. If you stop paying the maintenance, you have the ability to continue to run that version of software, but you're stuck at the version when you stop paying. So that's why our budget annually makes up maintenance payments. So the only time we stop paying maintenance is if we're shifting to a different piece of software. But the interesting thing that's happening today is now companies are going into a subscription license. And that is you pay a flat fee annually, year to year, and as soon as you stop paying that, you have no rights to use that license going forward. Typically, that's with cloud services, so you don't have the infrastructure in your data center, and you just pay to use it. But some things that we look out for is when you stop paying, how do you get your data back, who owns the data, different things for transition. And the other thing is to watch out for variable costs, because the traditional model is kind of predictable for the budget. Subscription services are a little more variable, and we have to watch out for that.
And on the proprietary platforms, how do we ensure that we can continue to get the service we need for those platforms?
Sure. So one of the things, we're actually upgrading our SCADA software that runs in the control room. And one of the criteria when we did the statement of work and the scoring for the vendor was how their support network is and where their support network is. And I believe they had local offices, being whether it's in the U.S., whether it's in Florida, or whether it's out of the country. Our previous contract was out of Calgary, Canada. So that was one of the criteria that went into scoring. So we're very keen on getting stuck on a system that we can't get off of. And so we work hard to, whether it's through looking at the contract before we enter into agreement, or what's going on with technology in terms of mergers and acquisitions, and what we should try to plan to do for the future. Because, yeah, we can't just rip out a piece of software that everyone else is using every day. It becomes very difficult.
The platform that Ms. Meads brought up that the water testers are using, the samplers, Is that something that you arranged for the district?
That's been here for a while, and we've gone through several upgrades since I've been here. We've recently upgraded to Horizons 11.2 or something like that. But I wanted to say about that is I love to be needed. So as you were talking, we took notes and we talked to IT already in the background, and we're going to work on that problem. So one of the things we do in IT, and I didn't mention the program planning group, where we really get in and analyze business processes, and we help understand what the needs are and then try to solve that need. So we'll put a business analyst on that. I'm sure if it's just some tablets or some devices, that's an easy spend. If it's a little more for software and we have to expand our licensing, we could do that. But we'll find out what they're doing every day and how we can help them make it, do it better, and we'll go ahead and implement that.
So that was something they didn't tell you about.
They said they knew, they didn't get a chance to tell me.
Thank you.
Along those same lines, and going back to what I was talking with Ms. Creech, do you charge back to each department? Or how do you keep track of who's spending what on what?
Great question. So we talked a long time ago about a chargeback system, and because our budget doesn't really lend itself to that,
right.
Internally to IT, we developed a report back system. So we just report back to the division. So what we do is we have 2 staff that are software compliance analysts, and they analyze everything. They love spreadsheets, and we just build a master spreadsheet and roll it up to each division, showing each piece of hardware or software they're allocated to their group. And we ask the question, is this the level of service you need from IT to run your operation? If it's 20 licenses of some software, they'll go through and say, no, I need 17, and we'll remove 3. And we actually have software, I think it's called Smart Statistics or something smart, and it looks on the PCs to see every 6 months, has a piece of
What you're not
software
using.
even been executed? And if it hasn't been executed, we withdraw it from the PC and either put it back into our pool, or we look at our level of licenses, and when we renew our licenses, we reduce it.
That's good, and it goes over to the bigger question for Candy is, sort of the overall cost of a program, understanding the actual cost of it versus what, the indirect cost is, and adding those indirect costs back. So it sounds like you can do that. It sounds like you're not doing it, but you can do it.
So we're not officially doing it, but we produce annually reports and give it to the division directors, and we sit down and go over it and say, this is what our records show you need. Are you using all of this equipment, all of this software?
Okay, thanks. That was great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Governing Board members. Jennifer Smith, Chief of Staff. I'm going to be covering the last leg of this presentation. And for the remaining portion of the presentation, we've combined executive offices, administrative services, reserves, and debt. So the first thing to note when you see $153.5 million is that the overwhelming majority of this is in reserves and debt. If we start with the sources, our fund balance is the largest portion of that pie, and that covers our emergency reserves, as well as a portion of our property appraiser and tax collector fees. Our ad valorem, that covers our debt service and staff salaries and operating costs. And then our district revenues, these are the main revenues generated that cover our self-insurance funds for health, workers' comp, general liability, and property insurance. Then our expenses are spread throughout all of the state programs. Our operation maintenance of land and works, this is where the emergency reserves is budgeted, as well as the staff who support O&M and a portion of our self-insurance programs. Land acquisition is, this is mostly our debt service. And then we've got our water resource planning. This is our health programs, our health insurance, and then district management and administration, which is mostly consists of our staff time for centralized support, procurement, budget, finance, auditor general, human resources, executive management. And as we move over to our expenditures,
Again, between our reserves and debt, this makes up 99.7 million of the 153.5 million. Within our operating expenses, this is mostly our self-insurance programs. And then our salaries and benefits make up 11% of that expenditure. So move over to our staffing. So within this group, like I said, we combined a couple different groups. We've got our admin services with 67 staff. This includes our budget, bureau, finance, procurement, as well as our process and project controls section. Board and executive services, so this is Candy's group, the administrative services division. Board and executive services is Tia's group. And so this group supports all of our board services. This 7 here are the regional representatives that support various geographical areas. We also have our human resources group in this slide with 18 FTE. General counsel is included, inspector general, executive staff, and then public affairs, so that's Sean's group. So again, I've stressed that the majority of this falls in within the reserves and debt services, as well as our property appraiser, tax collector fees. So within this 19 million that covers our executive and administrative offices, 16.6 million is the cost associated with staff. So that's the majority of that group there. Any questions on that? Sorry, let me go back just to make sure. Any questions on any of those?
Well, why do we put debt and reserves in with admin and expenses? I mean, it seems to me, is that statutory?
No, so because we reported on a division, so division means like who's responsible for making sure that this expenditure happens. And so the reserves falls under, kind of the executive office and administrative services and you as a board that we cannot spend that reserves without your authority. And then the debt service, it's the responsibility of the finance department to make sure that debt service is paid.
No, I understand who's responsible, yeah. Just, again, it begs the question when someone looks at this and goes, wow, you guys are spending an awful lot of money on admin. We're going, well, no, actually, we're not.
Right, and that's just for this purpose,
Okay.
When we reported divisionally. Now, when we report, to the state, it's reported on whenever I had presented the pie chart of the program, that's how it's reported
Okay.
To the state.
So this is really just for us to see who's responsible for that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
Jen or Drew, I think it might be helpful for us to have some data maybe before adoption of the new budget around staffing levels and over time, and the cost of compensation expenditures. Okay. I think it would be great to show to people the efficiency of staff doing more with a lot less, with more to come in terms of project flow and everything. Mm-hmm. Or if that's not, I'm sure that's the case, or maybe in the future, if there's more resources required, at least we have that data. So what I can't see from this, obviously, is you don't have a historical perspective of the 30%, staffing decline, 5-6 years ago? So maybe that would be helpful in future discussions.
Sure, absolutely, we can get that together.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. This is a point in time, it's very hard to know sort of if we're right.
Yeah.
And I just have a comment. So I told you I was going to talk about bonuses and salary increases. Correct me if I'm wrong, so I understand that salary increases 2 years ago, there was a $1,200 increase across the board. And that was 2 years ago. That there was a bonus, but only 1/3 of staff received bonus. So the bonus program is not, is in my opinion, it's minimal. So staff gives you everything, right? It's an expensive resource, and they give you everything, and I know most people, their work is their life, for the most part. And they do it because they love it, and they love being in the field, and they love having a chance to make a difference. And there's nothing greater than to say thank you with a bonus. So I'm not necessarily a big fan of, increasing salaries. I don't know that I could speak to that with 1,300 people or 1,400 people. I think that's something that would be talked about. But I love bonus programs where you have a performance development plan, and I like it when everybody gets something. If everybody gets something or gets fired. So, but everybody, I think, should get an opportunity to have something. It shouldn't go to a third of the staff. So I just want us to think about giving staff a bonus.
I mean, we need to have a conversation about that. And maybe it's during my presentation, because that's where.
I think so. I think let's finish up with Jen's, and if you don't mind, Cheryl, we'll come back to that. And Drew, because since you're talking about more of the discretionary side, let's finish up with sort of where we are now.
Okay.
No, it will be. Don't worry.
There's just one last slide, and this is
Mr.
just.
Steinley, we're putting together that,
Oh.
because you're not the only person that has asked for that historical perspective, so we're putting it together.
I had a question.
Yeah, go
I had a question on the last slide. I'm
Mm-hmm.
trying to reconcile the items under 19.5 million
Mm-hmm.
with the FTEs in the slide previously.
Okay.
So what is covered under executive management? I'm on your 19.5 million. What exactly is executive management?
Executive management, I believe, executive management covers our executive office staff, general counsel, inspector general, and public affairs. I'm sorry, I think just these three: general counsel, inspector general, and executive office.
Because if you go to your next slide, that's what I'm trying to, it's just got a bullet for executive management. And you have general.
And I do have general counsel there. Okay.
And I think that's inspector general or auditor general.
What do we have over here? We have inspector general.
Yeah, I'm just, and then we've got this bullet that says executive management. I don't know who that is.
Okay. I've got notes here that makes up the 1.2 million. So I'm thinking that's just the executive team, the three.
Yeah, executive management is your executive director, chief of staff, and assistant executive director, and then operating expenses that go with them, et cetera.
Okay, and then the general counsel, that's 29 FTE, so that's a team for the general counsel.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Board and executive services, that one's broken out.
So board and executive services, a correction that I'd like to make, board and executive services also includes human resources.
Okay, so human resources, the FTEs are broken out, but they
Yes.
belong with board and executive services.
Yes.
And then communications belongs to,
Public
The public,
affairs.
yeah.
okay. All right, and then what about this administrative services? We've got budget, that's your division, right, Candy, all of those?
Yes, it's budget, finance, metrics, and procurement.
Okay, where does metrics fall for the FTEs? Is that under one of these?
Yeah,
Yes,
it's
ma'am.
under, this next slide here, under administrative services division staff, the process and project controls section.
Okay, great. Thank you for clarifying that for me. Appreciate it, thank you.
Anything else? And again, this is just a summary of the various, the division directors' presentations.
Great. Any questions on this for Ms. Smith? Yeah. I'd like to take, Drew, are you all right with us taking a break before we go to the next? You guys all right with a 10-minute break? Just to reset before we get to Mr. Bartlett's presentation. Thank you. We'll take a 10-minute break. We'll go ahead and call the meeting back to order. And Mr. Bartlett.
Yes.
As you're coming up, thanks. So basically what we just saw, I think, was the budget, last year's budget held stagnant for this year, plus with the state appropriation put on top of it. And now you're going to take a look at all the variations we have and your recommendations for those variations. Is that accurate?
At least draft recommendations.
Okay.
Already got some other ideas just sitting there. And so Candy, as you saw, did a great job building us a budget based on last year's revenues plus the additional state funding. And so this is on top of those figures, sort of the additional funds we have to put into a new draft budget, which you'll work on over the summer and vote on in September. And so the available funds are kind of two pots. One of them is the estimate of funds that will recur every year. So we'll have an additional and this is an estimate. These are all, the 7.7 is an estimate. They're all estimates here because we haven't finished this year, right? So 7.7 million is an estimate for reoccurring funds that we get through ad valorem or earnings investment. And so with new construction growth, that goes into increased ad valorem funds. So that's estimated about 6 million. And then we are estimating about 1.4 million in additional investment earnings and 300,000 million in just areas where we were able to reduce budget needs to put back on the table for reappropriation. Then there's the one-time funds that are funds that land into our fund balance, if you will, that they don't reoccur, but you can use them for projects or things that require a one-time investment of funds. And so we have 22.9 million of unallocated balance from the reserves. We have 9.7 million that was set aside in this budget, the budget we're in, for estuary protection wells that we heard very loudly from the public to cease that program. So we have an additional 9.7 million to add to it, and then 11 million of fund balance that will be left over at the end of 17-18. That was left over at the end of 17-18. And that occurs just division allocations that weren't spent. And so that adds up to 43.6 million. So, I've been listening to all of you on how to move forward with this, and I'll break it into two categories. So in the reoccurring side, where we know we're going to have annual needs every year into the future of the district, one of the things that, as we've done our estimates, and a lot of this is in John Mitnick's shop, for looking at making sure that our pumps work, making sure that our gates work, making sure that our canals flow. That's kind of the backbone of this district. And if those don't work, that's a real problem. And so the maintenance of those pumps, we're trying to get up to a level of service on those maintenances closer to 60 million. And that's just basically where you issue contracts to go rebuild a structure like we did either last meeting or the meeting before, to make sure that we have another 50 years out of that structure, right? And so, or that canal, those very popular canal maintenance things that we do, to make sure our canals continue to function. But those types of things really lie into making sure that we have that routine investment going so we never fall behind. Right now, we're at 47 million. So I'm proposing to bring that up to 52 million. And probably next year, when we see another set of increased revenues, I'll probably bring that up again. So make our way towards somewhere between 55, 60 million, 65 million.
And that increase, most of that increased revenue for the recurring is coming from the growth in ad valorem in construction, new construction. So as long as new construction continues, we can keep doing this.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yep. Or if we started knocking it out of the park with our investments.
Or if real estate values go up, right? Isn't that, no?
So that gets back to
that goes back to ad valorem, which we're not there yet.
Yeah.
This is using rollback.
Yeah, this makes the assumption that we're rolling back our ad valorem rate. Yes, sir. I'll ask John to give you an example.
That line item specifically is part of that $5 million. It's some of the issues that you yourself, sir, have been dealing with, we've been discussing lately, dealing with the canal systems and the state of the vegetation that is along the canal banks, and addressing the level of flood protection associated with the risk from that vegetation.
Mm-hmm. And then so the other, sort of reoccurring things that we really need to make sure we have the right level of investment in is field operations and land management. We have a very large fleet. Where's my notes? So we have a very large fleet, and right now, the investment in trying to make sure our buildings stay functional, they're ready for storms, that types of stuff, plus replacing old vehicles is around $2 million. And then we have a lot of investments needed for vegetation and tree management as well. And part of that, that's just land management, right? But part of that vegetation and tree management, Mr. Chair, is when Irma went through the state, there was a lot of issues in Lee County on vegetation in their waterways, and they raised a big issue with us about maintaining and helping them maintain flood control in Lee County better. And so we're at 0 right now for vegetation management in Lee County waterways, and so we're trying to bump that number up. And so the way I operate these is, there's a list of projects. I'll give field operations and land management additional $1.9 million and say, all right, you've got a lot of missions to cover it with that extra additional budget. The last thing is we're gonna have a big session on it tomorrow, and it's on sea level rise and flood protection and level of service. You will see from that presentation that we got to prepare for the future in this district. We have to understand what coastal structures need to be retrofitted. What canals need to be retrofitted, what we need to change in our flood control system to account for sea level rise from when it was originally authorized in construction a long time ago when sea level rise wasn't contemplated. This reoccurring $800,000 is really on the investigation side. The investigation and design side is not the construction, because that's not enough. The next slide we'll talk about construction. So that's sort of my ideas on upping our reoccurring budget with the increases in those reoccurring revenues. When you look at one-time expenditures, that's the next slide. And that is, and so what you have is the 43 million, 43.6 million in available funds, and we have a whole list of projects and opportunities to invest our funds into moving projects along. And what I've got here in the left column is the year 1 needs. And on the right column is, if you did the whole program, how much would that cost that we're talking about here. And so right now, I've got these items listed here. Northern Everglades and Estuary Protection Program studies. This is basically following upon the governor's ask of the water management districts to start focusing on water quality and moving into water quality. And so this total investment, 8.2, that gets a total of 275 million, but 8.2 in the first year is for projects like STAs and Taylor Creek Nub and Slough, getting them functional, dispersed water management on district lands, the BOMA project over on the C-43, dispersed water management on the lands that are covered by the C-23, C-24 that are not there, that are currently sitting there waiting for that project to go. Lake Hickpatchee, moving that project along. There's a lot of those kinds. We had that discussion earlier about how can we advance our projects, our state lands, and use them better for Northern Everglades and estuary protection. 8.2 million, we can use that to start all those projects. I've already had conversations with DEP, who is getting funds for water quality projects through their appropriations. They're very interested in helping and partnering with us. And so when you look at that long-term outlook, that is probably not completely district funded. right? So that, there will be partnerships forged with DEP, with, the federal government possibly, with other people to try to make sure we get that investment there. But we have the funds to get those started. So when it comes to the next line, Northern Everglades Estuary Protection Monitoring and Scientific Analyses, that's, the division, Ms. Meads, where you went out and were with them. So I see your 275,000 and I raise you 425,000. But, there are a lot of investments that we can do to look at water quality, to look at those types of things, to, upgrade our scientific systems. There's the next item is your connection to Lake Okeechobee. You can see it's a fairly expensive project, but we do have design work to do, some feasibility work to do. So we can start that project and then engage with state, federal partners to see if there's partnership opportunities on full funding of that project. But there's been feasibility studies done before. They need to be dusted off and refined, and so we can start that project as well. Here is the coastal resilience projects, and this ties on to the prior item, which is sort of the assessment of our coastal structures. This is starting to design and retrofit some of the ones that we have some information on already, so that we can continue providing that level of service. You see, that's a big price tag into the future, and that's not for all of our structures. That's for those that are listed there. But that is, again, a conversation. I just talked with Jennifer Reynolds about, because this is CNSF, what kind of opportunities are there to partner with the federal government on this expense and the state government on this types of expense.
Have you had a chance to talk to anyone in the state about this? Is the state aware that this is an issue?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I say that tongue in cheek.
Yes, they are. And so I have had conversations, and they recognize the need. The Clewiston Field Station, if you've been there, it looks different than our other field stations because it's a lot older. And really, that field station really needs to be modernized and brought up to speed with the other field stations. So that's a $14 million price tag. It's one of our biggest field stations, does a lot of our work for us.
Can that money be spent in 1 year, do you think?
No.
I mean,
Yeah.
Is that one where we want to put 7 this year and 7 next year if we wanted to free up another 7?
We could do that.
I mean, I don't know that, but it's just occurred
So
to me.
that depends on 7 showing up next year.
Of course.
Right? So this is reserves money. And so, I mean, we often, if you look at where it comes from, there's money left over on the table,
Yeah.
like this 11 million. Right here, there's generally money left over on the table.
Yeah.
So. So Central Florida Water Initiative, this is a partnership between the 3 districts, us, St. John's, and Southwest, to make sure we have adequate water supply into the future. This is basically increasing our scientific knowledge of aquifers in that area so that we know how much water in the South Florida Water Management District portion is available for water supply. So that's one of the concepts. We don't have a whole lot invested in that right now. And then there's the security system replacement for this building. I believe that's right. Right, Candy?
B1, B2, and the service centers.
And the
FOC.
service centers? Okay. So that's just, I think it's old technology, and it's time to look at replacing it. Now, the one thing I will point out is Mr. Lolipich's interest in increasing education and outreach. I heard that for the first time yesterday after this was posted. We can absolutely find ways to squeeze that in there if it's the board's interest to increase that. I think our primary role for education outreach is definitely water conservation as something that is a fundamental part of our organization. But as we look at water quality and so forth, I know DEP has education dollars that they're trying to pump out for water quality, for septic to sewer education, fertilizer, lawn care education, all those types of things. So we make sure we can partner with them as well to make sure we amp up the education programs that are in South Florida.
Thank you. I don't think some of the things would even be that expensive.
No, they're not.
It's just a matter of gathering and sharing in an exciting way. And the other component of that that may be a little bit more expensive, if indeed we chose to do it, and again, looking back at the historical component of how the district operated prior to 2010, I think, mostly, post-recession, and then Governor Rick Scott, changing the way things were done so to get the economy going again. The TIA oversees the regional, I think they're called regional directors? Regional reps?
Representatives,
Regional
yeah.
representatives.
Yeah.
And, those positions hold so much power, the way I look at it, because that's the person who's on the ground interacting with the local community. That's where the rubber hits the road, the local community. And in the old days, like we used to even have a service center in Martin County, and I certainly don't expect that anymore, but it would be, not just that it would be nice, I think it's part of what the governor wants us to do with transparency and outreach and communication through Mr. Cooley as well, is to make sure that the people who are those outreach representatives are in a position to touch people's lives and to be positive and to spread the word of the new South Florida Water Management District and what we're doing here. And not to say that they can't now, but it would certainly be nice if there was a refresher course for them perhaps, or some more money to be able to do some things that they can't do now. And I know, paper stuff is not so popular anymore. You can do a lot online, but like this is an example of the old workbook that was done through the St. John's Water Management District. And it's a coloring book, for kids. And it's nice, but it's a little bit outdated. Things just look different. It was done in 2009. And this is another one. And all these things are great, but none of them talk about things like nutrient pollution or septic tanks or fertilizer runoff, things that we're all talking about now. And I think through parents, you really reach, through children, you really reach the parents a lot. And this was a River Kids book. There have been 3 River Kids books that we've done through Martin County that we raise money ourselves to do. And so I'm familiar with this, and I'm certainly excited to help in any way. Good. And, education and outreach is the name of the game, because even if you have a great product, if people don't know about it, you don't have it. People have to know what you've got. So let's make sure that we get people excited with what Governor DeSantis has given us and what we want to do with this budget.
So I think that's really sort of the high-level ideas that I had. I know that many of you may have ideas also, and so I would encourage you, as you're thinking about it over the summer, definitely call me and I can see what we can do, and then we can talk about it as a group, because we'll have plenty of opportunity to do that as we move forward. Ms. Meads wants to talk to me about bonuses.
Drew, sorry, can I ask a question? So, will you just clarify, so there's, call it 51 million in excess, which you're talking about now. How does that relate to, this is part of or separate from, how is the additional money that we've been allocated, the $130 million more state, right, as well as federal, that's factored into the $940 million budget? So anything new is always associated with the excess from previous year? I'm trying to
I understand the confusion. So what we're talking about here is new funds that don't already have an obligation, right? So the state funds, the additional 130 $30 million of state funds, it was for SERP.
Yep.
You know, it was for building SERP, you know, those.
Projects already planned.
Yeah,
Yep.
and so it was, the board doesn't have much discretion.
Yep.
Or any, right? So the board is grateful, but, you know, so we went ahead and built it in because it's going to be what it is. These funds are much more flexible, you know, so you can use them for different purposes. And so that's why I'm presenting them to you as ideas that you can change.
Got it. Makes sense. Thank you.
So Drew, on the SERP projects, the 130, but there's a lot of SERP projects. Do we have any say-so, any discretion as to what projects get what money from that?
So
Or how is that arrived at?
So it really is right now the state is pushing construction of the EAA reservoir, pushing, you know, implementation of SEP, construction of the C-43 reservoir. So they're telling us, sort of, we're appropriating this amount of money. It's more than 130. It's a lot of money.
Okay.
And they're just telling us, okay, I know you're ready for these projects, spend it on those. I imagine you might be talking about Biscayne Bay coastal wetlands or having that in the back of your mind. So they did appropriate the 1.5 million, you know, a couple of years back. That's still available. And then it's not really part of this budget, it's part of an old budget. And then we have SERP planning dollars, just sort of a general SERP planning dollars category that we get.
Correct.
And it was 5 million this year. And so we use that for planning, Central Everglades project, EAA reservoir project, whatever SERP projects that the board is, you know, wanting to move forward on. So if we're talking about SERP planning for Biscayne Bay coastal wetlands, you know, that's certainly something we can use it for. If you want to use any of this available funds for construction of Biscayne Bay coastal wetlands, I mean, it'll consume a lot, but you have that discretion.
Okay. Thank you.
And so on the 43.6, that adds up in terms of the left column, which I assume is the short term, what we would.
Right.
Right, so that's 31.6 it totals.
Right.
So essentially, there's some excess.
Right, and then you can either fund some of the next column or
I see.
other things.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'd like to, I think that as we move forward with SERP and Everglades restoration, that we need to really look out and have the vision to look at the projects that will stop the most irreversible damage first. We're talking about decades of construction. We're talking about the Everglades being in the emergency room. And I think as we go forward, we need to have that vision, discuss it with our staff, look at what is really creating or could create irreversible damage so we can get through decades of construction. The other thing I'd like, you know, we basically, as we go forward, the environment is got to come up at a very high level as we proceed to thread the needle. I had a tour with some of our staff on the C-11, a little bit concerned when we do our maintenance that we take into consideration the natural vegetation. I know we have to put safety and welfare of the general public first, but we need to analyze the conveyance of our canals and be able to not go in and change the complete landscape of a city or a town or removing exotics, no question. But some of the things that I observed, you know, I'm looking at native vegetation that's been there for a century. And if it blows down, I hope none of us are in Florida. So my vision is that as we maintain whether it's 15 feet for an inspection of a levee, which is important, it's safety, that we don't just go and grind up native vegetation outside of certain areas, less cost, and it's showing our consideration for the environment as we continue to go forward. I think that's very, very important, and that we meet with any cities or towns that we have certain maintenance that we have to do to keep everybody safe. But we're very transparent. Not just going in and because it could be easier. It has to be strictly for safety reasons. And I think we can calculate our capacities of our pumps, capacity of the conveyance system, and be able to deal if one tree falls into a canal and not just go in and change all of the landscape of a community. So I look forward to working with staff and making sure we split that needle.
And I think that will, I mean, when we talk about canal maintenance and the public gets more aware of the activity that we're doing and gets more engaged, I think that will drive costs up a little bit, just because there's a lot more management of that canal maintenance activity that goes along with it. If we get into, instead of the way we, like pruning trees versus cutting them and things like that, I think it could go up. But that's, I mean, certainly we've had that good conversation.
Yes, I think that's extremely important, and it shows our consideration for the environment along with safety. And I think as we go forward, we need to look at that in all of our communities.
One thing, I heard a couple comments earlier today about not using a rolled back rate, and this budget that we're proposing right now, or not proposing, but that we're using as our template, has a rolled back rate, and
Right.
you still have extra money, and we still think we can get everything done well without it. And you'll see, what, July 1st is when you get something from the appraiser's office?
Yes, yes. Well,
And then, can you let us know at that time what the difference would be?
of course,
I
yes.
mean, of course, I know you will. It shows up on our trim notice, but it would be good to see, just for our, so we can see what, you know. I think it's probably less than a lot of us think it is my gut. And it seems like you've got not extra funds, but you've got funds available for the projects we need, so we don't really need to be discussing. And that goes to the comments we had earlier about, you know, getting away from rollback. I think that right now I'm feel comfortable with rollback. I don't see any reason to get away from it, just to let the board, you know, and see if we're all on the same page there. And this isn't, we're not setting mill rates now. We're not going to be doing that for a while, but when we do get there, it would be good to see those differences, and right now it doesn't look like we need to be close to that. Do you really want to talk about pay raises?
Look, I just want to, I didn't want to talk about pay raises, I want to talk about bonuses, but we've already talked about it.
Okay.
So I don't think there's a reason to talk about it again, you get it. I mean, a good thing about a bonus is you only have to do it once. You don't have to do it every year. If you've got money to do it this year, then we could consider it, and Drew can mull it over and think about it. You know, if people meet expectations, you give them a bonus. If they exceed expectations, you give them more. If they don't meet expectations, then that's a whole different story.
It's, Ms. Eder, what's built into the budget for that?
We basically have a salary budget. So how you deploy that salary
Right.
budget gets into the policy considerations
Right.
of
Okay.
how you do it. And part of so part of this 11 million left over is leftover salary.
Okay.
And then we've got some other salary funds that are built in more than what we're actually paying. You know, if we were fully staffed,
Right.
you know, 100%, we still have buffer, so we can look at additional compensation.
Okay.
We've got plenty of time, so we don't have to make a decision today.
And is that something that the board typically decides, or is it something that the executive director normally decides?
I'll come with a recommendation.
Okay.
But I mean, the board, you're the board, you can trump me.
I'll put my flag in the sand now. I like performance, anything. much better than across the board, anything.
I would agree. I think, well, I shouldn't speak for everybody, but I think it needs to be merit-based. The only reason you'd give it to everybody is if you might as well increase the ongoing salaries, right? So any bonuses should be merit-based.
In my life, it is merit-based. If you don't meet expectations, then you need to have a serious conversation. So most people should. Not everybody will, but most people should. But if you don't meet expectations, you wouldn't get a bonus.
Well, I think it's, merit is extremely important, and I will say the heartbeat of this whole agency is an awful lot of good professional people. And I've met a lot of them. And that's the heartbeat of us keeping good people and taking care of them properly.
We have a lot of good people.
Yep, for sure.
So I'll just tell you some basic things that rattle around in my head. And that is, as far as pay, merit, I've heard that, that's certainly, if you merit increased pay, you should get an increased pay. The other factor that we have to look at is market changes, and certain professions are harder to prevent turnover in than others. And so we need to look at those types of fields to make sure that we can remain competitive and getting good staff in those types of professions. That could be hard. The one everyone struggles with in their own organization is IT-type professionals, right? So that's, and I'm not sure where we are. I haven't done that review yet as an agency, but those two things. And the third component is, since the state funds 43% of our budget, I don't want to be inconsistent with state personnel policies either, because we will go and ask them for appropriations again next year. And so I don't want to do something that would be inconsistent with their types of policies and procedures. So.
Drew, may I ask you a question based upon what you said? Is there anything in the personnel policies, maybe this is a state policy, that allows for like sign-on bonuses for skills that are hard to recruit?
I'll have to look into that. I don't know of one. But let me check.
Thank you.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
You done? Once again, I just wanted to ask for that historical background, because I think the historical story absolutely applies to the men and women that work in this organization. And to me, one of the most amazing things about being up here now is that there is such an outstanding staff when they have just been terrorized by politics. I'm sorry, I have to say it. That's how I see it from where I come from. And so I think it's very necessary to look at the history. When was the last time? Sure, I was a teacher, okay? So I know what it's like to work for the state. And I know what it's like to have people talk about whether you deserve a raise or not, and you're just grinding your teeth. So, but when is the last time they had a raise? I want to know. I think it's a long time ago for many of them. I want, within the context of what changed after the recession. And, from what I understand, many people were fired or left this organization during tough times for the economy especially, but the South Florida Water Management District prevailed and manages to just be doing such a good job with all of the different changes they have to adjust to. And I think they deserve to be rewarded. And it's not just money, how you reward people. You reward people by talking about the good work that they do and showcasing them, like you do when you give them the awards. But we could do more things like that. Who are the people that I see in the parking lot when I walk to my car? There are thousands of people making this incredible organization work, and let's celebrate that.
Yeah. I'm a big believer in that. I mean, just recently, I don't know if you guys saw it, but we stood up a softball tournament and had a softball tournament a couple of weeks ago, and on a Saturday, where all the field stations came and fielded a team, and it was just a good time. But getting those folks together to be with each other and talk about things besides work, and it's just building that culture is important, so.
And again, I know we're going to talk about this in length next month, but you touched on it, Mr. Chairman, as far as the rollbacks. I'm not a proponent to continue the practice, and the reason is because of that, because we don't know what's going to happen 4 years from now. And we might get somebody that'll be in office again that is a big believer on just cutbacks. And I think that if we have extra money now, then let's put it in reserves, let's do something with it. But I think we need to be prepared for days that might not be as good as they are today. And just to continue this rollback over and over and over again is something that we really need to think about. I think the time has come to kind of stop that for a little while, but again, I know we're going to talk about that in length in the future.
We will, and I understand where you're coming from. I've had those thoughts myself. The legislature's been so supportive that right now it's just, I don't think it's a great time to be, and I think next year we'll have the same conversation. This year we're sort of new at it, but again, the legislature just gave us the $130 million or whatever it is. We're doing okay. I think long-term with O&M, absolutely we need to look at it because there's going to be a hole there. We're dealing with that hole. Mr. Mitnick tells me about it all the time, and we need to figure out that recurring section, and we do have ad valorem authority, so eventually we're probably going to have to go there, but I'm not prepared to do that yet, particularly with the shape we're in right now. But we'll talk about it later.
Yep, absolutely.
May I say something, changing the subject? First of all, I'm not sure, I just wanted to say that what Mr. Bergeron was speaking about, I think I know a little bit about, and oh my gosh, we must protect the trees. Absolutely. I mean, we've had incredible things happen in my hometown because of trees. And I just want to, I don't know the whole story, and I'm afraid to talk about the whole story because I haven't talked to anybody on staff about it, so it may not be appropriate. But I just want Mr. Bergeron to know that I am behind that 100%. And absolutely, we work with the local communities to not change the character, especially if it's beauty and nature, the environment, animals that are attached to that. So thank you for bringing that up.
Well, I look forward to working with staff on that and being able to come back and report to my fellow board members to make sure that the public is safe. Okay, that's important. But at the same time, show our due respect for all of these communities and be very transparent to where we're very considerate of the environment and not going beyond what's necessary, reasonably necessary. And I think that's important for us to do that. As everyone can well see, and it's the governor's message, the environment we have to pay attention to. Not only water supply and flood control, but the environment has to be in that as well.
Absolutely. And Mr. Bergeron, not to put a whole new thing onto this, but since you, in your relationship with the Florida Wildlife Commission over so many years, and we're talking about budget, and it was brought up to me today when I was walking around, and in Martin County, I mean, we're like so conservative. They just outlawed the county commission Roundup or glyphosate. And the city of Stewart had done that before. And, it's becoming a huge talking point across the nation with the environment and people's health. And I'm not sure how much the district uses of that with the trees and the vegetation. But when we're looking at things, perhaps we can at least know how much money we spend on it and if there is another way to approach it without putting more glyphosate in the system.
After my visit to the Martin County Commission, I came back and gave John the assignment to look at that.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Just a quick primer, because Mr. Bergeron issue is one that Mr. Martinez is facing. I mean, all of us do. And we do canal maintenance to make sure our canals continue to provide flood protection. Part of that is evaluating trees along our right-of-way, right in there. And the reason we look at trees is because you just have to imagine a canal here, and a big tree full of leaves. A storm comes by, it's flooding, and the tree falls into the canal. And then the canal can't move, and so it's flooding upstream, right? So we got to figure out what to do with those trees that, maybe they have good integrity, maybe they don't. I mean, so as we're working with Mr. Bergeron, is trying to figure out, is it every tree? Is it some of the trees? Which ones are the biggest risk? Which ones aren't? It's and from a public engagement, it's thorny, right? I mean, there's trees, right? And they've been there a long time, and they bought the house because that tree was there, right? So there's lots of, it's a thorny public issue that's trying to figure out how to deal with canal conveyance and maintenance and the public and the environment all at once while providing a service, so.
And I think we can get there. And I do know that we have safety precautions that protect the pump, and I know the pump has a certain amount of capacity. The conveyance system has a certain amount of capacity.
Right.
The whole point is, I think we can leave a lot of the landscape and the birds that are roosting and be safe without just changing the
Right,
whole
without
landscape.
clear-cutting.
Something that's been there a century and probably been through 50 hurricanes.
Right.
And some of the stuff I was seeing, if a hurricane blows it over, there won't be anybody around to complain, okay? And so I think we can work with the maintenance division and show the public due respect.
Right.
Show that we're not, if we have levees and we have a 15-foot inspection area we need, don't clear 115 feet where fur-bearing animals and birds are roosting and just to clear it. I think.
Yep.
I think that's important because a lot of until modified water delivery is completed, until water is flowing naturally, until the Central Everglades isn't drowning and Everglades National Park is rehydrated, a lot of these levees are really refuge for fur-bearing animals that they either get to the levee or they drowned. And that's why Everglades restoration is so important to equalize with shared adversity and shared impacts globally. So I just think that we're very capable, and I look forward to working with staff that we're able to thread the needle and carry the mission of our governor. And he's made it clear. And he's, actually, I have to highly compliment our governor.
Yeah.
And even our legislators for giving us the funding to continue to go forward. So as we do that, we don't want to be out there just grinding everything up that we don't have to, which is pretty expensive to start with, and show that due respect to our residents that we serve and our beautiful environment that people come here for. And we're very capable of that. And I got to say, I'm very proud of staff. I've met a lot of the staff. We are very fortunate, very, very fortunate. People that care and take pride in themselves. Because if they don't take pride in themselves, they're sure not going to do it for the agency. So we've got a great team, and I'm very honored to be a part of it. And I'm not trying to come in here like a bulldozer, but I hope my opinion can land us in a very good spot.
Thanks. Well said.
And that's my word, and I'm sticking with it.
I know you well. You do stick to your word.
Any other board comments for Mr. Bartlett? I've got one, it's a little bit different than anything we've talked about, but you've got a security system replacement of 1.5. I just want to make sure that's enough. It strikes, I sort of lose sleep at night every now and then when I think about security, and when I think about, you know, the life safety issues we have at our pump stations, making sure that everybody, I mean, they're what I would call critical infrastructure. I want to make sure that we're doing all we can to make sure that they're, you know, not just from an IT standpoint, but also from a physical security standpoint, that they're hardened to the point where we're comfortable. And I don't know if we've ever done an audit, and that's probably Chris's area. But.
Yeah, this is just for the camera systems.
Okay.
Which we came a couple of months ago to do the field aspect of it. So the field stations are being done right now. Pump stations are being done right now. So this would be the card reader badge access, and it would also be here at headquarters, FOC, and the service centers.
Okay. But again, following on my question, are you comfortable with the physical security we have in place at all our facilities?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks. Any other questions? Great. There's nothing, I don't even know what to do with myself. Early? In that case, we'll meet again tomorrow morning at 9. I'm sorry, public comment. And I do have public comment. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
Yes, sir. I have Reynaldo Diaz and Alex Gillen.
Great. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ronaldo Diaz, your Lake Worth waterkeeper. I wanted to kind of, hopefully I'm being a little bit preemptive and you've already thought about this, but I kind of want to plant this little seed in the back of your mind as you go into this budget planning, and that when you see, for example, studying the Northern Everglades, the coastal estuaries and whatnot, I want you to kind of take a careful consideration of what exactly that means and how that's dispersed. So there's 3 northern estuaries, right? And the third one, as I always say, is the Lake Worth Lagoon. And honestly, it's not so much about you guys, but especially the media, it's not as covered as much as it needs to be as far as the impacts that we can face through things like Lake Okeechobee, like the lake discharging, right? We're not, as a coastal estuary, not immune to the effects that you see all over the news of the St. Lucie or the Caloosahatchee. And we see it right now, actually. I have kind of a printout. It's probably hard to see, but if you want to pass it around. This was taken yesterday by a very talented drone pilot friend of ours. This is the Spillway 352. I don't know if you want to pass it around. And what you're seeing there is the cyanobacteria bloom that is in the lake. Luckily, keeping it low has been minimizing the discharges, and it hasn't really been spreading, as bad as it was the other years. But right now, there's a bloom in the L10 canal, which goes right through the EAA, which is half of the Lake Worth Lagoon's watershed. So it is kind of knocking on our doorstep. Hopefully, we won't have to open that door. But it's one of the examples that really needs to be considered when you're budgeting, when you're studying, because this is a very real threat. And with recent changes, recent as in the last few years or so, the Lake Worth Lagoon is going to look at taking even more discharges. And we kind of want to strike before the iron gets hot, right? We need that understanding. And then on the eastern side of the watershed, the lagoon itself, we have been seeing a lot of progress with things like habitat restoration that's been spearheaded by the county, and there's opportunity there to work together and consider those projects, and maybe we can apply some of those same philosophies and some of those projects to, for example, the lake side of the watershed. That spillway, if you notice, the gate's open and it's right into the lake, and there's really no habitat. There's nothing to kind of pre-filter that water before it comes through. And it's just one of, many examples that I can think of that could be added into this budget. So in short, when you're going through your budget planning and process, please consider the Lake Worth Lagoon as a northern estuary and think about how money can be allocated to that watershed, which hasn't in previous years. Thank you.
Reynaldo, can you talk about this photo again? What is that a picture of?
Sure. So it's a photo it's a drone of what you're looking at is before, above the L10 canal, which the L10, one of the 3 canals that can connect into the C51 from the lake. And then, of course, at that junction, it usually goes into the refuge now, or at times, if there's STAs or capacity, it goes straight into the lagoon without being treated.
So right now, the body of water in the background,
That's the Lake
lagoon?
Okeechobee.
That's Lake
Right,
Okeechobee.
you're looking at it straight onto the lake, and that structure is of the 3 canals, it's the middle one that goes right through the middle of the EAA towards the refuge. And we filmed that yesterday, or our drone pilot filmed that. In short, we're working on a project to describe how lake water can get to the Lake Worth Lagoon, and we're going to do that through video, and we want people to see the structures. And as he was filming that, it just so happened that there's split pea soup on the canal side.
And one comment on that, sorry, Ronaldo.
Sure.
John, just confirm if I'm speaking correctly. So when there has been bloom tested for toxicity, we have, the district, that is, has tried to run that water through one east before discharge into the canal. I don't think that, I think, number one, that's accurate. Number two, that policy is not changing. Put you
You're
on the
right on
spot.
both accounts.
I'd like to ask John a question. Is this C51, will that water end up in STA 1 West before it goes to the Lake Worth Lagoon at some point in time, or?
Okay, there's a couple things going on, so I'll try to be clear and parcel them out. Water coming out of Lake Okeechobee through this particular structure on the L10, the West Palm Beach Canal as it's more commonly known, through that structure, the S352 structure, it enters into the Everglades agricultural area. It can be used for multiple different purposes. At the other end of that canal is the S5A pump station. When it is operated, water will either go one of 3 directions. It will go into STA 1 West and then enter the refuge, Water Conservation Area 1 from STA 1 West. It will go into STA 1 East and again enter into the refuge from STA 1 East. Or it can move back up north into the L8 Canal, and from that point, it has another option of either going to the east through another structure into what is commonly known as the C51 Canal, which eventually leads to the Lake Worth Lagoon, or it can continue flowing back north into storage in the L8 flow equalization basin. And we're talking about molecules of water. So when it gets into that C51 the C51 West basin, they're served by Stormwater Treatment Area 1 East. It can continue on, as I said, to Lake Worth Lagoon, or it can be pulled back into STA 1 East. So there's a number of different routes it can go. I can tell you the current operations, as Mr. Steinley just described, is none of this water is moving towards the Lake Worth Lagoon right now. When we notice the presence of any algal blooms within the C51 West Basin, we will close that structure that is right by 441 and Southern Boulevard and prevent that water from moving towards the Lake Worth Lagoon from Lake Okeechobee. Now, of course, there's always basin runoff that occurs, and that basin runoff can and will be discharged to the Lake Worth Lagoon. But it's not coming from the lake, and it's not coming from the Everglades agricultural area. It's local basin runoff.
So if it was diverted into the where would it go then? Would go into Loxahatchee?
Discharges from both STA 1 West and STA 1 East enter into Water Conservation Area 1, Loxahatchee
1.
National Wildlife Refuge.
Yeah. And then proceed on southbound.
Correct.
So modified water delivery, Tamabi Trail, bridges, implementing the first stage, because you can only let so much water go south until that connection is made. Correct?
Correct.
John, can I ask a question? Is it, if Lake Okeechobee was at 14 feet right now and we had the rain that we're starting to have at this point, would you be able to hold it the way you're able to hold it right now? Yeah, really, honestly, because
The reason why I hesitate, I want to make sure I understand your question. So if the lake is up at 14.5 feet for this theoretical conversation.
Wait a minute, I'm going to help you.
Okay.
So everyone did something different this year. There was a lot of talk a couple of months ago about don't do it and it's wrong and it was a risk, but it was a calculated risk based on science. I'm just trying to get down to, well, are you able to hold it because the lake is low enough that you aren't under pressure to push it out anywhere that it shouldn't go? You're not sending it to the lake or to the estuary because of what the decision the Corps has made. Is there a correlation or not?
Right, so under that scenario, if the lake's at 14.5 feet, more than likely the regulation schedule, LORS 2008, would call for, depending on a whole bunch of other conditions, but let's just say it calls for a release south, maximum practical discharges to the south. When that occurs, that water is flowing south out of the lake to either the stormwater treatment areas. There is a route, as we've talked about before, that would allow that water, and as it was modeled in LORS 2008, to flow down this canal through, get into the C-51 and eventually to the Lake Worth Lagoon. That was contemplated in the development of LORS 2008. What I'm describing for this particular situation where there is the presence of an algal bloom, we, the water managers, would not avail ourselves of that route towards the Lake Worth Lagoon under that situation.
Question. Mr. Mitnick, I'm sorry, I just have to ask. So does the district, are you monitoring the canal, or are you flying over in the helicopters? How would you know that there is a algae bloom in that canal? My husband and I have flown over Lake Okeechobee hundreds of times because there is no government entity, including the Corps, that, you know, visually takes pictures of these algae blooms.
So I guess I'll answer your question this way. From the presentations that you've just had over the last several hours, you saw there's a number of different district staff in the different divisions. The Water Quality Sampling Division with Susan and her counterparts in the Water Resources, field stations with Mr. Edelstein and all Clewiston, West Palm, those areas. So we have a lot of district staff out and about throughout South Florida. So when they see the presence of these kinds of things, or we get reports from the public or from the Department of Environmental Protection, Department of Health, or other areas, that is our knowledge base, so to speak.
So it's chance. Thank you.
I mean, isn't there, and I know that when we get into bloom season, there are Corps staff on Corps structures that report routinely through the Corps command about visual spots of algae? Daily? Yeah, so if there's Corps staff on that structure, they would see that and report it.
And will the algae task force, I would assume, would be part of a more active monitoring process as well?
So there is active monitoring once you spot it between DEP and the district. But yeah, they will probably get into that discussion. Actually, they're meeting today.
Yeah.
Well, also, you've got to pre-treat any water that comes south. Otherwise, you could be cut off at the bottom end because of the requirements. Am I correct? Water going into Everglades National Park?
Mr. Bergeron's talking about SDA treatment.
I'm not sure that I understand your question, sir.
Well, we have to meet 10 parts per billion at the Tamiami Trail, correct, or maybe slightly below that. So any water that's coming south basically is pre-treated before it enters into the conservation areas and through
Yes.
gravity, through natural flow, through the
Yes, sir. Any
central.
water leaving that boundary that is between the water conservation areas and the Everglades agricultural area is treated through the stormwater treatment areas, yes.
Right.
But one of the things that Ronaldo was mentioning is that when we say water going south, it also will include the Lake Worth Lagoon. So one of the things which I support, which hopefully we'll talk about, is that we can somehow requalify so that when we say south, it doesn't include to the estuary, meaning Lake Worth Lagoon, similar to the way St. Lucie, Caloosahatchee is tracked.
Yeah.
So south is now all encompassing from that perspective, and it should probably be more definitively determined.
Alex Gillen.
Hello, Alex Gillen, Friends of the Everglades. Thanks for the great presentation today. Learned a lot. Agree it would be good to have some of the historical numbers versus judging a snapshot. One of the things that stood out with the bill for fighting invasives, which I think was around 26 million, was the opportunity to maybe mechanical harvest, or at least compare those numbers, because there's a lot of folks out there that are really uneasy with the amount of glyphosate being used and the phosphorus increase. And so, when you're looking at how to use finite resources well, that might be a real good option for Florida. Another question I had was with respect to testing for cyanobacteria. I recognize that that's a DEP function, but I was wondering if the district has the authority to test for cyanobacteria, because from my experience, we have not seen enough testing from DEP, and I think there's a real fundamental flaw in the way they test. They're testing for this representative sample as opposed to testing for the worst case scenario. And I think when you're talking about warning members of the public about danger, you should tell them what the worst case scenario is, not what might be the average. So if the district had the opportunity to test for cyanobacteria, I think it'd be a really good thing. We see it too in the canals in the EAA. I've only seen a few studies talking about uptakes of microcystin from cyanobacteria, the toxin in there, or one of the toxins, but that's a real issue. I'm not sure how much anybody's studying it. If I was sitting on the dais, I might be real interested in a study that looked at that, because if our crops are uptaking this poison, this toxin, and we're consuming it, then we're bioaccumulating it too, and we're exposing ourselves to ALS, Parkinson's, Alzheimer's, non-alcoholic liver failure, and those things are just not things you want to play around with. So I would do a study on uptake of crops. I would also want to study on what happens in the EA reservoir if it gets covered in 90% cyanobacteria. How does that work? How does that play out? Can we send it through STAs? What happens when it dies? Where do the toxins go? Do the plants uptake it? If we got into that scenario, I think we'd have a $2 billion boondoggle on our hands. So I think we need to think real hard about that. Another question that I have, going back to the NEPA scoping process here in the district, is with respect to how dynamic the EA reservoir is. Everybody talks about dynamic storage. It's going to turn over multiple times and send a lot of water south. How dynamic the reservoir is a study that I didn't understand during the scoping process. And I know that one private organization did a study of the STA capacity and said we needed 13,000 acres for STAs, and instead we got 6,500 acres. So if there's extra money, that might be a good place for it, expanding our STAs. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other comments by the board? Great. Now we'll adjourn till tomorrow at 9. Thanks.